I think this is good point to get to our sheets now. Our sheets there, kitty man. How are you?
Can't see.
Can't see. You can't
You
see.
didn't have the lights on.
Right, there we go. The slide was in the wrong place, but I fixed it. Anyway,
Okay, I'm here.
welcome.
That's better.
Yes, welcome to the Kino Corner. Today is a very special episode. Due to the recent release of Deadpool and Wolverine, which we're going to talk about that film. We are going to talk a little bit about movie news. Pretty much everything we're going to talk about is exclusively Marvel. And then we're going to get to our Marvel tier list, where we're going to rate all of the Marvel movies and shows in release order. We'll dive more into that when we get to it. So first, let's get some things out of the way. Movie news. There is
What little there is.
Yeah, what very little there is, and this is going to be a very brief segment, but because again, there wasn't a lot of time for our last episode. Just a little bits of news coming out of Comic-Con. Nothing major, nothing major at all. Just the announcement of who's playing Doctor Doom.
Yeah.
So
Robert Doomy Jr.
he's going to be the dude playing the dude disguised as another dude.
I think he should have been recast as Black Panther, but that's just me. I think he did a great job playing a black guy. I don't even think I'm allowed to say that, but no, I thought that was one of my favorite things. Whenever this announcement happened, everyone's like, "Why didn't you just recast Mr. T'Challa?"
Or so recast him as Kang.
Oh my god! Oh yeah, I saw that one too.
They should have kept that noose holstered. Maybe that. Yeah, that may be holstered. I'll be honest. I understand that the fans are split on this, and the outrage has everything to do with how Iron Man left the MCU. There was a lot of finality to it, and as things were, the only movie Iron Man could or probably should come back at and would be Secret Wars because just the culmination of all the multiverse.
Yeah.
And that same goes to Chris Evans. The reason, like, the more this news sits with me, the less it bothers me and the less I care. And it comes down to one, multiverse shenanigans. If actors can play multiple people, like if the guy who played Killmonger was also Johnny Storm at one point. Like if all these, and considering Deadpool and Wolverine, that's now canon.
Right. Uh-huh.
But
exactly.
If all these actors can do it, Robert Downey Jr. is allowed. And again, this is going to be a separate multiverse Doctor Doom as far as we're aware. But the other big thing, Robert Downey Jr. is a decent voice actor. Like you see him in other movies like Oppenheimer, and like or he's pulling a different dialect. He could pull it off. He could do Southern. He could do German. He could do all this stuff. So, and I bring that up because there is a very real chance that we never see his face.
Mm-hmm.
Now, there is an alternative that you mentioned earlier, Kitty Man.
That I think that it's gonna, because they cast such a high ranking person as him, and they love to show their mugs off. He's gonna wear the mask like twice, and that's about it. I'm hoping that's not the case, but more than likely it could be.
Yeah,
because I don't see Disney Marvel allowing something like that.
yeah.
Like obviously the Mandalorian's a whole different story, but even then Pedro Pascal says he doesn't want to wear the mask as much. But yeah, it's like I don't care for it much either. But I'm definitely in the camp of this seems like a very desperate attempt to bring fans back to watch these movies because it has been on a decline.
Yeah, it is, and I think it just comes down to a thought that I feel most people have about the MCU, that it does need to end. Like there are shows and movies that are upcoming that haven't been dated yet, but I truly think that like barring a few shows that they can kind of get away with or are just doing their own thing, I think Secret Wars should be the end, and they should just focus on smaller projects. Like that's it. The timeline is over.
Because they're not gonna. You can't do what Endgame did.
No,
They're not gonna replicate that. There's no way they can replicate that.
like there's only one way that like might work, but it is a very risky way that's going to require a budget much bigger than Endgame. Basically, Endgame again on a multiversal scale. Like that's the only thing that could top it. And
Yeah.
but once you do that, we're done. Like we're either at the ceiling or we're like an inch from it. There's
Yeah.
And if they do end it at Secret Wars, the good thing about they're rechanging Avengers Doomsday and Avengers Secret Wars is Doctor Doom is very clearly going to be the primary antagonist for these movies, for both of them.
Oh, for sure.
So, like even though it wasn't the first two released, Hulk was technically first. The thing that kicked off the MCU was Iron Man. How appropriate is it that the thing to close out the MCU is Iron Man and Robert Downey Jr. playing an Iron Man like villain? Just Robert Downey Jr. starts it, then Robert Downey Jr. ends it. Like
gun in his hand, he ends it.
I'll do it myself.
Kevin Feige. That's what his. That was one of his reasons for coming back. He's like, only if I get to murder Kevin Feige and give me over $80 million.
Yeah. Like I am looking forward to everything that comes out. I know there's a lot of continuity mess. Because there is a current timeline of movies. So we're gonna get to most of them after the tier list because we do want to talk a bit about how hyped we are. But
right,
like the biggest thing people have noticed, if you're changing it to Avengers Doomsday, is are we abandoning the Kang storyline?
Oh, they're abandoning it so hard.
Now, and
not after. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. No, go finish your thought.
After it's been confirmed, like he got convicted of Jonathan Majors being convicted of what he did. They're like, all right, well, he's gone. We're getting rid of him. And plus, they were already kind of fumbling it anyways.
Yeah.
Because I mean, we'll get to it more with Quantumania, but Quantumania did not make Kang much of a really bad dude, to be honest.
No, like, well, you could say like, yeah, Quantumania showed that it takes Ant-Man and friends to take him down when he's ill prepared, but we're not dealing with, and I guess to that end, we're not dealing with one Kang, but so many Avengers are stronger than Ant-Man. I'm just
right. Oh yeah.
The other thing, and yeah, Quantumania is the biggest like elephant in the room. I guess when we get to Loki season 2, we can touch on it a little bit more. But at the end of Loki season 2, you can very well just use those events to justifiably say, yeah, no, Loki just wiped him from the timeline.
And Kang died on his way back to his home planet at the end.
Yeah. Like Tom Hiddleston.
All of them. Every single one.
Yeah. So yeah, it's easier than people may think to wipe Kang from the timeline. It really is.
Yeah, no, they can get very hand wavy with it, and I'd be okay with it.
Oh yeah. So yeah, we got an announcement of all those upcoming movies. Well, most of them don't have dates yet, and there's a few little ones. Ones definitely again talk more about that later. Here. I just found a beautiful list. of things. I'm going to keep that handy. But that's really the biggest news, or really the only news. So it's like Robert Downey Jr. is Doctor Doom. They changed the timeline a bit, and ultimately, there's it's well, it is a mixed bag. I would say it leans closer to being a potentially very good thing for the MC.
I mean, yeah, Doctor Doom's a fantastic villain, and I think it's really the next best thing they can do in order to kind of have something that's very as similar to Kang in terms of threat, like being a threat.
Yeah.
Also, I apologize. My allergies have been kicking my ass all weekend.
No, it's okay. We're allergic to
But
Marvel bullshit. No.
yeah, I am. I'm allergic to this bullshit. But yeah, no, I mean, I think it's just the next best thing they can do. Because obviously, Galactus is going to be its own other thing. Because I was thinking, like, that was one of my ideas. Is like, obviously, the next step to go is have the Galactus be the big bad.
Yeah, like I think it's going to be a mix of Doctor Doom and Galactus. Like, but I think Fantastic Four is going to clear a lot. It's going to give us a lot of context for how those Avengers movies.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's always one movie that just kind of fits a lot of pieces together, like how Spider-Man and Ant-Man kind of gave us a clearer picture of how Infinity War and Endgame were going to pan out. And
Yes.
I think that, yeah, Fantastic Four is going to give us the strongest idea about what is going to happen for Avengers Doomsday and Avengers Secret. So I'm excited for it. But I guess that'll bring us to, before we talk about what's to come, that'll bring us to the tier list. And I guess, and I'm gonna jump right into it here. Found a little website, added a few, put everything in order. We're doing everything, well, most things that are officially canon to the MCU, like things that are important, like all of the movies, all of the shows. Smaller shows we're not really including. Yeah, I got the tier list. Tier list. Yes.
Yeah, the tier list. Tier list.
Yeah, I tried to make one from. I tried to make one from scratch, but nah.
No, fuck that, dude.
But
that's too much work. Someone else did it for me already. Let's just use that.
Yeah, I would say the most notable absences are going to be probably. I didn't put Agent Carter on the list because I feel at this I've no shame on Agent Carter. I've heard it's a good show. I feel its importance for stuff to come has kind of died, and everything, and all of its importance is kind of was just for maybe Winter Soldier, you know?
Yeah, no, for sure.
So I kind of just.
Plus, I never watched it, so throw it on. Did not see.
So yeah, it's Agent Carter's and the honorary did not see. Incredible bulk as tier no cut. But yeah, as far as how we're gonna grade these, let's kind of establish that now so we're on the same page. I guess we're gonna kind of give a rough grading based on, of course, how we enjoyed the film, but also as try to be a little bit objective. Like, oh, I love this movie, but I know it's kind of dumb, so I'd probably put it in like a B tier. No, but we have to put everything together. Was this an awesome movie? Does it connect well to everything around it? And did we just have a blast watching? Like an S tier movie has to just be something where it doesn't have to be perfect to be an S tier movie. It could have a notable flaw. But I agree with other creators, like I think Angry Joe put it this way, that if the positives outweigh the negatives to an overwhelming degree, it's worthy of an S.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Like if a movie is like 99.9% good, but there's one scene that's a little dumb, I guess. That doesn't mean it's not an S tier. Like, but No, I guess we're gonna do this in release order. How these shows and movies were released when their first season premiered. Like when we talk about them, when applicable, we'll talk about all seasons at once. But we're talking about them in initial release order. So I guess uh, first things first. The Hulk. That's the one.
That's a
Yeah.
it's a C in my opinion.
Uh,
Like, yeah, I did go see it,
it's
but
hmm,
um,
it wasn't.
that's
Yeah,
my personal thing.
I would definitely. I wouldn't put it so low as like a D or an F for sure. I'm trying to think if I would put it in C or B. I might be fine with. So I'm
Because
trying
I
to.
didn't mind Edward Norton,
That's the big
but
thing.
it was
Is
very much
yeah.
just like the movie is very much one of those things where it's like, okay, we kind of have to make a Hulk movie.
Iron
You
Man.
know, but it wasn't offensive. It wasn't offensively bad. It wasn't superb either. It was, I mean, it was a lot better than the Eric Bana one for sure. But
Griffin's trying
I
to
think it's
actually me.
good. I think it's a fine movie. Like if it comes on TV, I guess I'll sit down and watch it.
Oh, sure enough, yeah, Incredible Hulk was actually after Iron Man 2. Yeah, you have officially actually me. All right, yeah, whatever. It's first now. I made one. I made a mistake in the timeline order. Your actually was correct. You get a
Oh my
point.
god.
But yeah, I could agree with the C. Like it was a fine movie. It's just not something I would. Uh, I, I guess it's just not
Tell me anything that happened
amazing.
in that movie.
Yeah, that's Hulk yelled Hulk smash. that's that's
I actually, there's one thing I remember for the movie is whenever he's trying to Hulk out and he jumps out the helicopter and he just goes, "Ah, shit,"
he
and then
just
like you think he's gonna.
yeah, okay. That's okay. That might have been what I was thinking. So there's something nagging me, and I would put like maybe bottom of B. How about let's tell you what. Let's put it in C tier for now. If C tier gets a bit crowded, we'll move it up to like a lower B tier. How about that?
Because we'll realize how low the bar and how high the bar is once we get to them.
Yeah, like C tier right now tentatively could move up depending on how we feel about things. Iron Man,
That's a B. That's a B movie.
a B.
I think it's
It's
no.
I want to okay. A
It's
lot of
good,
people a
right?
lot of people give it an S. I don't think it deserves that much accolade.
Oh yeah.
I would give it an A, but it's kind of like an A minus,
Yeah.
and it's only because
Yeah. Lower A.
and it's because if you watch the movie again, you have to realize if Robert Downey Jr. was not in this movie, it would be like a D tier movie. Robert
That's
Downey
fair.
Jr. carried the movie. Like this was back in the age where superhero movies were still kind of like whatever frowned upon, so not everyone was giving their best. Robert Downey Jr. just owned it, and he just made this movie worth watching. Like, yeah, you could say Jeff Bridges did his thing when Tony Stark did this in a cave with a box of
I
scraps.
love Jeff Bridges in that movie.
Yeah, dude. If he didn't like that, that's like the only other scene outside of the Iron Man scene is worth talking about. But that's kind of one of the biggest problem to me. Without RDJ, like they
I
got
still really love the scene in that movie of him trying out the suit for the first time.
yes, like that sequence is great, and again, it all comes down to they got a fantastic actor, but it all leans on one actor. It's like not everyone did the best job. One actor did amazing. Like it's a good movie, but I can't quite.
It was a overly serviceable comic book movie in an era where comic books were still looked down upon.
Yes,
And that's
absolutely.
why I think people really like, because I remember when it came out, I enjoyed it way more than I thought I would. Because at the same time, Iron Man isn't a top tier superhero either. Like no one really cared to, I mean, I say that nerds cared about Iron Man, but like the general moviegoer was like, who the fuck is Iron Man? Like, you know?
Oh, I think the biggest hype around the trailer was just that I am Iron Man
Yeah.
in the trailer. Like that's
Yeah.
they had to use that song to hype people up. You know, it. there's not a whole lot to say about. Again, we're gonna have a lot more words for later on movies, especially when we get to the shows. But some of this Phase One stuff, it's pretty cut and dry. Like this movie was all right. This movie was amazing. Um, Iron Man 2, I don't think was as good. I think I would put that one in a B or a C as well.
I'd agree. I would say it's a C.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now I will say, I fucking love the final fight. When they're shooting down it's him and Rhodey shooting down like all the fucking frames and stuff. I don't know. The way it looks, like going back and because I saw a clip of it the other day because people were posting stuff, and it looks nice.
Yeah.
Like the CG in it looks really good for the whatever time it came out of, but otherwise the villain's pretty forgettable. It was kind of more of the same. Is this the one with the whip guy?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yeah, you think of that one. The whip guy had some good scenes because it was literally just whiplash. I'm trying to think of the other villain. The only reason I remember his name was like Jeffrey Hammer or something is because when that movie came out, I had a very brief foray into hero clicks, and like because the only ones I got were based on Hammer Industries Iron Man, so I just made a Hammer Industries. Yeah,
I love that.
So like I know like, oh, that's what this guy is, and I feel just the idea of a begrudging, just a salty former business partner was done a bit better in a later Iron Man movie.
Yeah, it was.
So yeah, good moments. I did like it more than the Hulk. I want to just put this in a solid B. I think solid B or
I would say high C.
High C, right there, right.
I'll let that be up to you.
Right above, you know what? Yeah, high C, right above the
high
Hulk.
C, low B.
Yeah,
in my opinion,
that one moves.
It's just not very memorable with a lot of stuff.
If we have to move things up, I would say that moves up before the Hulk does. But solid B is the name of the pro tag for
Ballad Bake.
Thor. Ooh, this one to me is a solid B. Like solid, just.
I'll agree.
Like
I watched it again recently. That movie got way more shit on than it had any right to. That movie was not bad at all.
Oh no, Thor was good. It's we'll get to a sequel in a bit. Oh my god, but
oh yes, we will.
Thor, it's good. Like it's not as good.
It's a good movie.
Yeah, it's not as good as Iron Man. I think Thor was the first movie that actually had a little bit of expectation to it. It's like once we had Iron Man 2 and we started knowing that these things were coming out, it was like, are we gonna get hits at other things? And they had to just like start establishing like the Tesseract and other stuff, like what their story's gonna be. So like they had a little bit of just a little bit of pressure. They handled what they had well, and Thor is Brie Ballad.
Ballad.
It is better than a few of the Thor. Actually, yeah, no. Amongst the Thor movies, I think that one's like a perfect middle ground of how I feel about all 4 Thor movies. Like a perfect.
Yeah.
All the ups and downs with those. Yep. Oh. Ooh. Also, Thor was funny. Like,
oh my god, it was hilarious. No, Thor was so fucking funny.
Yeah, like you think with like Iron Man being like the wisecracker or something like that, like Iron Man or Spider-Man, Thor movies, like with the exception of one, are funny. They're just very wholesome and funny.
Yeah.
Plus Anthony Hopkins as Odin. Wow.
Good stuff.
Yeah. Solid B. It's like it's not quite as good as other, but the only reason I'm not giving it an A is because like this is still early.
It's not perfect.
It's not perfect, and this is still early in Marvel.
No, it kind of gets a little boring.
It does get a little boring. yeah, it's still early in Marvel. They're still figuring out like dipping their toes in the water. How far can we go with certain characters? There's a lot of stuff. Scroll down a bit. Like I think there's a lot of stuff and like fate between like the second and between Age of Ultron and Endgame. There's a lot of bangers in that sequence. But now this is where like most of these movies are B is a Hulk not totally part of the MCU. This Hulk is. It's just confusing. Yeah. Not when it came
Well,
out. They changed stuff retroactively.
they did retroactively change it because the actor the Abomination in that movie is also the Abomination in She-Hulk.
Yep.
And played by the same actor too.
Yes.
Otherwise, I think they even comment on like they like make like a little meta joke about how Bruce Banner looks different, right?
Yeah. Like the fucking joke they did about Red Hulk. Oh, hey, you shaved your mustache.
Yeah.
I love when they just hand wave that shit. It's so dumb.
You can always recast. You don't have to give like some crazy reason. You can always do it.
Yeah. Yeah. Captain America, the first Avenger. Yeah. Like there's
I'm gonna say that a lot about all the Captain America movies.
Oh, for sure.
Captain America had the best trilogy out of the 3 original Avengers.
Absolutely. Hard agree. I kind of put it. Ooh, they are. Yeah, no. I think all around.
I personally would.
I agree. Captain America, if we consider everything, is above Iron Man. Better villain for sure. Oh God.
I loved Red Skull. I love that. I loved Agent Smith playing Red Skull.
Yeah. Mr. Rogers, welcome back. He missed you. Hey, for America.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hoorah.
It gave us the image of Chris Evans as a twink. What more do you want?
Yeah, the weird ass CG twink Evans.
Oh.
And then they injected him and he came out a fucking himbo.
Yeah. Cap was the one character they had to get right for the Avengers to work, and yeah,
absolutely,
yeah, because Captain America, even though he doesn't really have the powers other people do, yeah, he has a super serum, but he is kind of the Superman of the Avengers.
He's the good kid. He's the Boy Scout.
Work eats you now. Oh, don't die at work, Bree.
Love you, babe.
Now, first Avengers movie. I want to make this our first test.
I do too. I'm sorry. When that movie came out, dude, I watched that thing like 4 times.
Like,
it's still entertaining.
It is not a perfect movie. If I were to go at this with objective eyes, I could find so many nitpicks. But like I said, if the positives outweigh the negatives by an overwhelming degree, it's worthy of an S tier. And everyone, Thor, Iron Man, Captain America, the new Hulk, Hawkeye. Oh God, Hawkeye was awesome. Everyone brought their A game. And this was just a delight. Like this was a comic book movie for the fans. Like everything, like, all right, here's all these good movies. Balls to the fucking wall with Avengers. And I loved every minute of it.
The only negative thing I'll say about the movie is that it basically gave the formula of how every Marvel movie was gonna be. I say every Marvel movie. I say a lot of movies that came out in a good and a bad way.
Yeah, if everyone brought
for better or for worse, it gave us some kind of algorithm.
If everyone brought their A game when they go into A tier, you're fine. Then everyone brought their S game.
Everyone brought their S game.
You pedantic little bitch.
They're smoking sexy style.
Yes. I don't even know what else. I feel like early MCU, everyone's kind of in the same boat about all these movies. There's not much to say about them
because they're just good and entertaining.
They're just good. Like for the longest time, a a lot of early MCU, like outside of one movie we're about to talk about soon, most like 99% of the MCU is like C tier or above. Most of them are in like A or B tier. That's why like I think Endgame was like a perfect a perfect capstone because it did a lot. But not every. Oh, okay, we're not. Okay, thank goodness. Iron Man 3.
Hey,
Yes.
I'm an Iron Man 3 defender. I
No,
fucking
no.
love Iron Man 3.
I am with you.
Iron Man 3 is amazing.
Yes. No. It's better than Iron Man 2. You know what? It's better than Iron Man. I know.
You know what? Do it.
Yeah.
Do it. I agree. I think I'll agree.
Yeah,
because of how much I defend the fuck out of that movie. I will put it above Iron Man 1.
Yeah. This is when like all the characters in the Iron Man movies they got on their stride. They were like doing everything right. It was funny. Like Tony Stark could play Iron Man in his sleep. This movie basically set that in fucking stone. Like, or I said Tony Stark. Robert Downey Jr. could play Tony Stark in his, of course, Iron Man could. Yeah, words. But F tier for the very subtle Gwyneth Goop advertisement. Oh shit, you're right. Get this shit
You're
down.
Right. Yeah,
no.
knock it. Damn it. I can't fucking win.
No, the ending fight scene, just everything. Hey, remember when war propaganda? The one polarizing thing about it is just how they did the Mandarin. But
I loved it.
Yeah.
I loved it.
Like
I fucking loved how they did that. That is the way you do what was it? I mean what did they say?
Oh, I don't even remember. But like you can't blame them. Look at the alternative. Now granted, Shang-Chi later on did it very respectfully, but they needed to figure out how they were going to do all that. Like that had to be just
yeah.
But before they didn't have like the research team or the resources to invest in figuring that out at this time. Still, they had to come up with a plan. They're like, we gotta jump a shark. We gotta take a gamble here. They're like, fuck it. We went balls to the wall and it gave us Avengers. Go ham. Yeah. I can't fault them for their creativity.
I just really like Iron Man 3. Like there's so much I loved about that movie. Like I remember everyone was shitting on it and I came out, I was like, nah man, that was a good movie.
Oh no,
and I watched it again sometime later. I was like, yeah, nah, this is still fucking good. And people shit on it so hard. I loved it.
Yeah.
I think it's A.
I think it fits very neatly in A.
I'm dying for my opinions.
It's okay. Now, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. I didn't see it. I've heard it was good.
Neither did I.
And I want to put it in a high tier. Like probably like a C or a B, because that seems to be the consensus.
I liked seeing Ghost Rider in it.
Yes. Based solely off of the clips I've seen and the costumes I've seen and the powers I've seen, it looks like it could be a fun time. Definitely worthy of like a B or C or higher. But yeah,
we didn't see it.
Yeah,
sorry guys,
we didn't see it, and
we didn't have cable.
I didn't have Disney Plus or cable or all that stuff at the time. It's on my list. Are we doing shows? We are doing shows. Everything in release order up to Deadpool and Wolverine. Which, when we do Deadpool and Wolverine, that's when we're gonna do our little mini review of it. I also go without saying, for the movies coming up, there will be spoilers for a lot of these. Like if we're gonna get to talk down to the nitty gritty, certain things we've already kind of talked about, certain lines in Iron Man. It's not gonna matter for a bit.
I better have watched some of these. Sorry.
Yeah. I'm gonna tell you right now, like neither of us have watched Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., and I recall you said neither of us have watched The Defenders. We'll get to that later. But I've seen everything but like all of the Defenders related shows like Daredevil, Jessica Jones, Luke Cage. Those I'm going to defer to your opinion. I know there's some of the later Marvel shows it's kind of flip. Yeah.
I may have opinions.
If some,
Who knows? Who knows? Maybe I will.
maybe.
Maybe I will. We'll see.
Shut your up. Now, didn't see Agents of Shield. Thor: Dark World. God fucking help me! I'm trying to find a reason not to put it. Yeah, this D for Dark World. I
want to only D because it was kind of important to one of the Infinity Stones, and that was it. And that's really kind of why the only reason they made that fucking movie.
Yeah, because that movie was so boring.
It was. I kind of want to put in an F.
I'm trying to find a reason. I'm flipping between D and F. I
don't know if I just.
What do you mean? S plus, obviously. Well, Bree, you can put it in S plus in your list. Bree's bad taste.
Bree goes up to S plus plus, so her list is going to be a little different from ours.
I don't want to be too mean on it, and I think. God, I'm trying to think of like some of the cool fight scenes, and like I guess we got to learn more about.
Fuck all from this movie.
Yeah. And that's the problem.
I don't remember a goddamn thing.
and that's the problem. Even in the other like boring MCU movies, you could remember like the Hulk. We could remember like a scene or two. There was something of substance there. In Thor: Dark World, like we know one of the Infinity Stones was in it, but that's it.
That's it, man. That's it.
For the sake of its importance, I want to keep it at D for now, but it's a D minus. It's a D minus. It's going to be at the bottom of D tier. And again,
I agree.
As we look into more things, I feel there's going to be some more of these recent things that are going to be coupled down there with it. It'll help us kind of reevaluate things. I don't remember everything because of surprise again. Captain America: Winter Soldier. S fucking T A.
Oh, okay. You want to put that in S tier?
I absolutely do. I'm with you on the Captain America movies. I all of them are good. This to me is the best of the three, and I think it's
okay. I can agree with that.
And it's because think about the trend of movies up to this point. You had Agents of Shield, but in the movies, you had like Avengers and Iron Man, and all these big cinematic stories. Winter Soldier just said, "I'm gonna have a spy thriller, and it's gonna be better than fucking everything.
I'm gonna have an opening scene straight out of fucking Metal Gear Solid 2."
Yes,
I fucking love because I would consider it like A plus.
Like I would say,
but I mean,
shit,
I won't be mad for it being an S.
It's I would say it's at the bottom of S tier for now. At least for now, yeah, bottom of S tier because Avengers was better, but like a Winter Soldier, I can't even think of a real problem I have with them. It's kind of why I want to put it in S tier. Everything just kind of worked,
fair.
you know.
That's fair. I really liked it too. Like I'm not gonna sit there and be like, oh, you like it just a little bit more than I do, you bastard. But like,
that's right. I love Cinter Bulger with Captain America and sucky ass middle arm man.
Sucky Sarns.
Sucky Sarns.
And the Binter Boulder.
Binter Boulder.
With Captain America.
Oh right.
God, dude, yeah, no. It was such a fun movie. And it was very much and you know, and it's more grounded too. It's probably the most grounded of probably all of these because there really isn't much in terms of like supernatural shit.
Unpopular opinion, Bree says I did not care for Bucky Arm Man.
You're homophobic. They were roommates.
Oh my god, they were roommates.
They were roommates.
But yeah, it's.
I mean that's fair because he really didn't have a huge role in the first movie.
Oh yeah, like
and he was just kind of there to kind of push along Steve Rogers' like story.
Foreplay is anything. Oh, I should have added the chat.
But yeah,
I should have added the chat
Um,
on the window so y'all can see we all.
it's all good.
Oh yes.
Sorry, Bree. I know you're not homophobic, but it's okay. But you know what? I am okay with it being an S.
Now, Guardians of the Galaxy, I want to rate that high. It's not quite S tier, but damn, it's
I think
good.
it's A.
Yeah, I agree. It is an A tier movie. Because again, like a lot of early Marvel, you're going to see a lot of A's and B's. Later on, it's probably going to shift downward, and there's
Yeah.
but no
It's gonna be a
first,
sharp shift.
and I know people are kind of polarizing this. Um, like it.
I like it
like
more
it.
than Captain America.
Yeah, yeah. I think of these four movies, Guardians is
Yeah.
my favorite. It's just more fun to watch. Like,
Because, like, who the fuck decides we're going to bring in this random dude to direct this movie that used to do fucking trauma pictures
fuck yeah, dude.
and then make him direct a movie based on characters no one gave a fuck. Like, we're talking about Iron Man was kind of like lowered, like no one knew who the fuck no one knows who the fuck the Guardians of the Galaxy are unless you played Marvel vs. Capcom, because then you're like, that's where Rocket Raccoon's from, and then that's literally about it. Gamers knew more about Guardians of the Galaxy than fucking the normal moviegoer, and this movie just like threw them on the map, and it was just like, yeah. It had no right being that good.
This would be
no
like
right, because I watched it with Vert Eric back in the day, and he's like, oh, did you not watch this? Here, I'll just rent it and we'll watch it. And I was just amazed by how fun I had with that movie.
Like, this is just another one where like the five people they got and just like the main Guardians, no fucking notes. Like, just as like Robert Downey Jr. is like perfect casting for Iron Man. For all the shit we give Chris Pratt now, I can't really imagine anyone else as Star-Lord, right? At least right now. Like, it's just all around.
Robert Downey Jr.
Robert Downey Jr. is the Marvel Chris Pratt. Put him in everything.
Yeah, put him in everything.
Oh God, it's again not much to say. All right, yeah. I'm going to defer to your opinion for this. The Marvel Daredevil show. All seasons considered.
All seasons considered? No, no, I'm kidding.
Have to no.
It's A.
It's A.
I'd say A.
I'm going to defer. Where would you put it in relation to everything else? Because I'm putting it here temporarily.
Like, above Iron Man 3.
Above Iron Man 3, like right there, nestled between.
Yep. Captain America and Iron Man 3.
Now, my only experience.
S++. Okay.
All right, challenge split.
Because I will say, I watched a season and a half of it.
Oh.
And fuck, I loved those.
This might be all right. Let's put this in a. It's like I want to watch this as well because Daredevil Born Again. We're gonna talk about later, but Daredevil Born Again is gonna come out. I think one thing I'm going to do one weekend in preparation for that is just to binge Daredevil and Jessica Jones and all these shows just to get a better idea of what's kind of happening here. This is going to be what I watch.
Charlie Cox is just so good in that show.
Yeah,
he's so good as Daredevil.
God, you can say that a lot about so many Marvel actors. Like, they picked the right fucking actor. Like, my only exposure to this Daredevil is actually from She-Hulk, really enough. But damn, he did good in that show.
Understandable. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No, he's great. He's so fucking good. He's since we're talking about, everyone being born to play those roles, he was born to play Daredevil in Matt Murdock.
So yeah,
he does such a good job.
Yeah, Daredevil.
A lot of the action scenes are fun. The one take action scenes are so badass and brutal. And also introduce the Punisher into it too. And he was really good as the Punisher as well. That was great casting. And then the guy that plays Kingpin was great casting too. Like, it was just a really well acted show.
Oh yeah, bit off topic, but favorite MCU Stan Lee cameo?
Oh shit.
Dude, it's not even in the MCU, but the best Stan Lee cameo, without a doubt, goes to Amazing Spider-Man.
Oh yeah, that's the best one. No, you're absolutely right. That is the fucking best one. Yeah. I was gonna say the random Deadpool short they played before Logan.
You're damn, you're right. That's got to be another tier list. Most of the Fox stuff isn't coming out. If people want to do it, like us doing the Fox movies, they're not going to be as
at one point.
At one point, they're not. There's not going to be as many A tiers.
No, or S's.
No.
Except for Days of Future Past, but that's beside the point. So we can't get into that right now.
Yeah.
But I do plan on watching the old Fox movies with Brie at some point. So
we talk shit. Most of them are that bad. Like I think the X-Men movies get shit on. Like I think the way you defend Iron Man 3, I kind of defend X2, X-Men United. And it's entirely because of that fight.
It's great though.
I know, but people shit on it. I'm like, but that last fight scene though, Kelsey Grammer is
the beginning scene too.
Yeah,
with Nightcrawler trying to assassinate the president is fucking amazing.
That Deadpool one where he's DJing at the strip club.
He says he introduces Chastity.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Fuck. God, rest in peace, Stan Lee. King of cameos.
What a beautiful man he was.
Now, next on our list, Avengers: Age of Ultron. I'm
putting that in C, dude. I'm putting it in low C.
Low C. Do you accept?
Here's the thing.
Okay, go for it.
I love Ultron.
Yeah.
And I think the actor did so great as Ultron.
Yeah.
But that movie is a very extreme case of studio meddling and sticking too close to the formula you created and compounding it because oh my god, because a lot of jokes do not land in that movie. And it sucks because Ultron himself is awesome. A lot of cool stuff happening with him, a lot of cool like dialogue moments too and lines that he says, but it's just very much like let's do Avengers again. And it's worse because you're just doing Avengers again, and it's not working because you can't keep doing those same things over and over, and they're worse too.
I think the problem is they introduce a lot of high profile characters in that movie without giving them time to cook. Like they introduced Quicksilver, who didn't make it past the movie, Scarlet Witch, which had her own thing later, Vision.
Did you like the part where Quicksilver, who's faster than everything ever, gets shot? Did you like that part? I thought it was great. That was one of my favorite things, is the only way to kill Quicksilver was to shoot him.
I'm trying to fight for a B tier of this movie because I do like it, but
oh my god, like I had very high expectations for that movie and they were shattered, which is why I put it at C, because I don't mind watching too much of it because I really like Ultron. That was heartbroken. That was the most most heartbreaking movies when I went to go see it. I was like, I came out, I was pissed. I was like, that sucked. Like at first, and then like I thought about it more, and I was like, no, they did a lot of good stuff going on with this movie, but it's not Avengers 1.
Yeah, and I think Butch is right. The problem is that the scope of the villain didn't quite fit. In reality, Ultron is as much of a threat, possibly more than Thanos.
Agreed.
And would you, for the awesome moments, because this film is full of them, would you compromise to a C plus? Like,
I will compromise with a C plus.
Like,
because it does have some awesome stuff. Because that first action scene was a lot of fun, child.
Well, well, stop them. They're the Avengers. Like,
Yeah, no, it is good.
yeah,
There are, again, there's some standout stuff to where it's not the worst fucking thing ever, but
yeah. But you are right. That like the negatives do really weigh it down.
yeah.
I uh I want to put this movie higher, but I have to kind of. You're right. C is where it belongs. Like that's I think good.
You stay there
You locked out in C
where you
tier.
belong.
Now, Ant-Man on the other.
I
Yeah, you haven't seen it.
No, I have. I just don't know between A and B.
I would say it's not as good as Iron Man, but it's still very good. And I would say it's better than Thor. I would say B plus.
Okay. Okay. B plus it is, because I really like that movie.
Yeah.
I really wish what's his name got to finish directing it.
Yeah. Like
The guy that did Shaun of the Dead and all. Why can I not remember?
the more
his
I'm
name?
thinking about it, the more I do kind of actually
Something
want
right. Is it?
What's the
Yeah.
name? Taika Waititi.
No, not Taika Waititi. God, you're funny. But what the fuck was his name? God damn. No, I'm looking this up because I love him.
Who directed Ant-Man?
Edgar Wright. Edgar Wright. I fucking love Edgar Wright, and it really showed. Some of that movie still kept a lot of his ideas before he left. Because I fucking love the scene anytime his buddy is talking about what they're gonna do, and he's like talking about it, and it's like playing out, and all. It's like that is absolutely an Edgar Wright moment, and then how he's doing the voices of everyone, because that one that is just, I love it. The movie was so fucking funny.
I will say, and I'm kind of debating, like I'm thinking about pushing it to A, because there have been some good. I think Ant-Man gave us some of the best side characters up to that point.
Yes, I agree. Because Thor's side characters were not doing anyone any favors.
Yeah, and I think Captain America really only had Pepper Potts.
Everyone else's.
Yeah.
Captain America took all the other side characters.
Iron Man and Pepper Potts, Captain America, and everyone else. He just they were not there much, but that man, everyone felt important, and we got Luis, who was like one of the best additions.
Yeah, no, yeah, I love that guy. You know what? Throw it in A.
Yeah,
throw it in there. Get it in there.
Yeah, it's not quite Iron Man level, but yeah,
because that's another thing too. Is that Ant-Man's another character. You're like, who the fuck? Why? And like, not a lot of people really like Hank Pym. So it was kind of nice that he was actually like, he was the first one. And this is something I noticed they started to here is like using another character that's known as Ant-Man, because there's multiple iterations of them.
Mm-hmm.
And then having the older one kind of being more of a like a mentor kind of thing. So I know that movie kind of started that, and then but like Ant-Man's like, really? He's kind of a C-tier hero and all. He get big and small. What? Why? I don't care. But like, they made it look cool.
Yeah, like
they made it look really cool with how they explained everything and what he could do.
And I mentioned briefly, like, there's a lot of heroes that are stronger than Ant-Man, but this movie did a good job at showing Ant-Man's still fucking awesome, and he can still do a lot.
Also, I really like Paul Rudd.
Yeah.
I'll watch anything with Paulson Rudd.
Paulson Rudd.
Good old Paulson.
Good old Paulson Rudd. Good old Ant-Man. Solid contender. All right, another Marvel show. Jessica Jones. The only thing I know about it is I like the casting.
That's actually the only one I didn't watch.
Oh, well, that's easy.
Those.
You
know where to throw it.
Yep. I only know about the casting of that one. I like
Just don't make Hank Pym a wife beater. Who knew? Yeah, exactly.
Ooh. Captain America Civil War. That
oh shit.
Fuck.
I would love
to put that in S.
I would love to. I most certainly would like to. Fuck. I love Civil, dude. Like, they got Spider-Man in it, man. Like,
You
what
know
the
what?
fuck?
I'm gonna throw it an S. I wouldn't put. I don't think it's as good as Winter Soldier personally, but
Okay,
it's
fair.
damn good.
It's there. It's there. It's a great culmination of all the storylines coming to a head almost.
It's the real second Avengers
And it
movie.
makes the stakes higher for what's to come.
Yes.
Oh yeah, not only Spider-Man, but also Black Panther.
Fuck yes.
Both scene stealers. Like Spider-Man and Black Panther were scene stealers in that movie. Because Black Panther was another one that, like, Spider-Man was one where it's like, oh my god, they're actually getting him in here, holy fuck. And then Black Panther was one that, like, not a lot of people knew about, but it had its fans, and that was going to really put that on the map too.
Dude, Black Panther
And
was a catty bitch in this movie. It's like, sorry to meet you, my name's Clint. I don't care.
Yeah, dude, no, that's what, dude, T'Challa didn't fuck around in this movie. Which is why no one's gonna like what I have to say about the actual Black Panther movie.
Hey,
but we'll get to that.
We'll get to that. We'll get to Lion King. I mean,
It's Civil War, and like, there's so many cool fucking fight scenes in that. Like, obviously, the airport one is like, holy shit.
That's because,
like, what is foreplay, kind of thing. They just kind of jackhammer you with all the stuff that happens.
Yeah.
In Civil War.
Oh yeah, Groot says, and so began the never-ending trend of asking me, "Is Black Panther out yet?" Yeah.
What's the story behind that?
For some reason, because I was really excited for Black Panther and entirely because of Civil War, so I decided to bug Griffin a lot, or like every week, sometimes even more often. I was just so is Black Panther out yet? I would just inject it into mid conversation just to annoy him.
Fucking funny. I don't know why that's so funny to me.
And after Black Panther came out, it died. But as soon as the sequel was announced, I texted like, "Is Black Panther out yet?"
Oh fuck!
God help you if they announce a third one. You know what's coming. If you're not prepared for it, you have no one to blame but yourself. Yeah, Civil War. It's great. No, I'm fine with that being an S tier. Like,
I'm cool with that too.
It's
I'm okay with that.
Avengers 2 Civil War. That's the real title.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, Luke Cage, have you seen that? I have not.
I didn't. If I'm going to be honest, I think I watched like an episode of that, and it was like in the middle of the season, but I liked what I saw.
Same. I have seen clips. I would say outside of Daredevil, like of everything else, like Jessica Jackson, Luke Cage, Punisher, Everest, this is the one I'm most excited to watch.
Jessica Jackson.
Did I call her Jessica Jackson? Did I fuck up?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Miss Jackson. Ooh, I am for real. I am just, but no, Jessica Jones, Luke Cage, Iron Fist, and Punisher. I think Luke Cage is the one I'm most excited to watch for the first time. I don't know. Like, as I said, I've seen some clips on it. It's one of those things. There hasn't been a clip of Luke Cage I have seen that didn't make it look good.
Yeah. No, I didn't have anything to complain about because I literally walked in because my parents were watching it, and I was like, "Oh, this looks like a film." I was, yeah, or it looks like a show, but I mean, it looked good.
Hutcherson, Black Panther 3 opening line. As you can see, I am not dead. Oh my god. Ooh. Now back to the movies. This one, Doctor Strange. I liked it. I didn't love it. To me, that's another solid B tier.
I'd say B plus.
B plus. Yeah, I liked it more than Thor. Do you think? Yeah, I liked it more than Thor.
Did I tell you? Yeah, I liked it way more than Thor. Did I tell you the story about how I almost threw up watching Doctor Strange back when I worked over at the movie theater when we lived together?
Is it because of the last scene?
No, it was the fucking so for everyone watching, I can do all the movie and video game violence you've ever seen, and I am not bothered by it whatsoever. As soon as it starts delving into like surgery, like documentary shit, I get so fucking sick to my stomach and queasy, and I don't fucking know why. I almost threw up at the beginning of this movie because they kept showing like it wasn't explicit, but like all of like the stuff with his hands and all that freaked me the fuck out. And I was like, I had to fucking leave. I had to leave because like we were watching it early in the morning and my shift was gonna start. I was like, I cannot be getting sick before my shift starts watching this stupid movie. And that's the only reason I'm putting it in B tier.
No, it's fine there. Let's take actually a quick short break to elaborate because I see some people putting certain things A tier, S tier. To kind of elaborate, like S tier, again, these are like flawless movies. A tier, these are great movies that they're not perfect, but they're damn good. B is good, not great. C is it's just they're there, they're mid, they're whatever. They're not bad, but they're This other
barf tier.
Healing rating barf tier. D and F, they're just like
That's
bad. Like D is bad, F is just inexcusable. I think there might be one. Well, no, we'll get there. But
he is a surgeon, Doctor Strange.
He is a surgeon. He is a surgeon. Don't. I still say that stupid Fortnite skin looks just like that character, and I can't unsee it.
I can't unsee it either.
I just
thank you for ruining that for me.
I know. Next time it's on sale, I might get it just so I can run around shouting, "I am the surgeon! I am a surgeon!" Next, show Iron Fist. Heard it was bad.
I didn't watch it.
Heard it was bad.
Yeah, I heard it was definitely it was the weakest of all of those.
Yeah. I do want to watch these. So I think this is Defenders, but outside of Defenders, that should mostly cap out our did not see list. Once we've just to throw it out there now, to jump ahead a little bit. Have you seen Punisher?
I watched the first season.
You watched the first season. So let's rate that based off of the first season. Defenders you have not seen, right?
No, I've not seen Defenders either.
Okay. So everything else, I know I've seen everything else. And you've seen most of everything else, right?
Yeah.
So this will fill out our did not see. Let's talk about that just for a quick.
Wait, no. There are a couple of Marvel movies I did not see.
Oh, okay. So
for the shows, I would say so.
Yeah.
Maybe. No, we're gonna have some. I have some that we did not see, but again, you might have seen them. So
yeah, listen, I have seen
just split them. Yeah.
Yeah, everything else here I have seen. So but this is like the last of the things where neither of us have seen. So this is not saying these shows are good or bad. They kind of flew below the radar. I want
actually the worst fucking things ever. No,
it's possible. In general, I've heard good things. I want to watch Luke Cage. I want to watch Daredevil. It's already been rated high by Kittyman.
Dank Devil.
But we included them for the sake of Daredevil and just for continuity's sake. I don't know where
they're a part of it now.
They're a
part of this.
Thanks to Deadpool and Wolverine, but we'll get there later. But yeah, just to do a quick side, just because that'll might be the last time we really address the did not see tier.
Yeah.
So
because Netflix sucks.
Now, let's get back to Marvel Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2. I agree with 3 that I like it more than the first one. Where would you put it?
Dude, I saw this movie like 3 or 4 times because I love it so much. I'm putting an S.
Okay, yeah. Now, question is, do we like it more than Civil War? That is close to me.
No,
No, yeah. Civil War had a
but it had no right being that good and deep of like a hard hitting movie.
yeah. Like I think I Captain America has objectively the best trilogy, but Guardians of the Galaxy has a close second place.
I agree.
So yeah, Guardians of the Galaxy, like they're up there. But yeah, this movie, God, the casting was so good. Oh
We're still talking about Guardians.
yeah, Guardians Volume 2, baby.
Oh, okay. I thought you were already moving on to the next one.
Nah,
Sorry. No. Yeah. No, the fucking ego, fucking Kurt Russell. Are you kidding me?
dude,
He was so good in that.
like I, Kurt Russell and is another one of those actors that I'm realizing there's like a list of actors. So if you put them in something, I will want to see it at least to some degree. Kurt
Yeah.
Russell is one of those actors. So that's why I was so excited for that Monarch show when it came out. Like, here's the Godzilla series with Kurt Russell.
Kurt Russell.
Hello.
And you're like, yes. I'll watch anything with Kurt Russell.
Like
Love that guy.
he's, and I think it's partly because of I watched a lot of old movies from the '80s with him in it, and
We might have a bit of a bias, just a couple of biases,
absolutely,
God, dude, like there's so many like great moments in this movie. All the set pieces are amazing. Like just like whenever they bust out fucking the blue guy. Fuck, I can't remember anyone's names right now.
oh Yandu.
Yondu, when they bust out Yondu and he's using the fucking arrow while the fucking song's playing and all
Hell
that, was
yeah.
such a great fucking scene. I like the part where they go almost Dragon Ball fighting at the whenever he
Fucking
Star-Lord starts
Pac-Man.
fighting Ego. Yeah. And using like his like demigod powers to like fight his dad and all that stuff. Baby Groot is amazing. Just God, there's so much good about this movie. I like the botched jumping mechanic they did with the ship and all that,
Yeah.
where they were like, we're gonna jump through this many planets.
Like, I love how funny it was.
Oh my god, it's just.
But I also love how much heart was in this movie. Like, it could shift to just like
Yes.
super serious on a dime, and it would never feel like inappropriate.
And it beats it in the way that Joss Whedon tries to always do it.
Yes.
James Gunn did it way better. Because Yondu's death, I teared up. I fucking teared up at that. And
he's Mary Poppins.
The whole in the scene with yeah. Like the scene when Ego like admits that he gave his mom the cancer and all that stuff. I audibly gasped at that movie. Like you can like the amount of people in our theater that freaked out. They're like, oh, like just like and and it's like they knew people would react like that too because the way they dolly zoom out of Peter's like out from Peter and all that stuff. He's like, what? And it's just like you're everyone is like all like, oh fuck. That was probably the biggest oh fuck Marvel moment.
Yeah.
In all of Marvel history.
Yeah.
And I know people meme on it and all that stuff.
I'm trying to look at
the
other movies, see there's another like oh fuck movie and later Marvel movie, and no, you're right. That is the biggest oh fuck moment.
Yeah. Like it's just like, oh, okay, now you gotta kill that guy, Peter.
You, sir, have fucked up now. You have for the listeners, I know that sounds bad.
Sounds bad.
Oh,
no, I fucking love Guardians 2.
So good.
And as much as I love Guardians 2, we'll go on to the next one.
We could go on and on. Because next one, Spider-Man's first foray into Marvel. I thought it was good. Not
B plus.
B plus, yeah.
I think it's a B.
Yeah, it wasn't quite up there with Ant-Man, and I think this is very much a case of I don't blame the movie for this. I blame the timing around it because it's like, well, yeah, if I'm being fair, like they didn't even plan on Spider-Man because of everything going on with Fox at the time, and then they just suddenly had to like, oh shit, we can use
Well,
Spider-Man
Sony
now,
owns
or
Spider-Man.
Sony, yeah. They're like, oh shit, we
Yeah.
can do Spider-Man now. All right, and then they just kind of went with it. So they had a lot of going against them to make it work. So I don't think no matter what they did, I don't know if they would be able to get out a perfect product. But what we got was good. So again, like it's a B plus movie, but this is more because of just the limitations it was working with than the movie itself, you know?
Right, that they had to work with Sony the way they did, and that's even a fucking miracle. Like we got three Spider-Man movies from the MCU.
Yeah. Vulture was another oh fuck moment. Just that car ride was a tense
Oh
scene.
yeah, it was.
Yeah. The I still agree with you that the Guardians 2 oh fuck moment was a bigger just oh fuck. But
Yeah,
car ride with the
but that the
Vulture.
Vulture reveal was definitely a really well done little twist, and you could just and the tension that was there for that whole thing was awesome.
Yeah.
Because I fucking love what was his name that played
Oh,
Batman?
fuck. Mike Keaton?
Michael Keaton.
Yeah. I remember the last name. But again, like I think there is a potentially like, I've heard one reviewer say that they're just a super fan of Spider-Man and they firmly believe that somewhere hiding amongst every Spider-Man movie they released is the perfect Spider-Man movie, and the one that gets closest to it as like a near perfect, like I love this S tier movie is Across the Spider-Verse. I kind of agree with that.
Yeah.
Like because I and to reel a little bit to talk, we're gonna end up talking about the other Spider-Man movies. We're not gonna rate them here, but I I think I don't know where I would rate this among all the Spider-Man movies, but Tom Holland is a good Spider-Man. Like haters be
I think
damned.
I think he is a great Spider-Man that acts like a kid for sure. And
Biggest,
I think that's the best part of that is like it's just like because all the other ones that we had like weren't like that.
yeah,
They have their strengths in their own ways, but is in terms of him being an inexperienced and young Spider-Man being thrust into something like this, he's great.
yeah.
Tom Holland's great. I love Tom Holland.
I feel like we're gonna have more to say with later Spider-Man movies. So yeah, just solid B plus. Homecoming had a great old fuck one with Vulture. All around solid movie. Yeah. Thor Ragnarok. Ooh, ooh. Do we have another
A
S?
plus.
A plus, not an S tier.
I do want to put an S tier.
You know what?
I do. I really do.
There's a there's a but.
I know.
And,
Throw it in there. Throw an S. You're right. No, because that one's always. I will always watch that. I go out of my
yeah,
way to go back and watch Thor Ragnarok.
yeah. It is the best
I,
of the Thor movies.
like I just. It is. It 100% is, and it's up there with like all those other ones too because it was just like it took Thor. Like, how do you come back from Thor, the
Dark
Dark
World.
World?
Do what Thor
And then
Dark
not
World
only
didn't
just
add
kind of
fucking color.
deconstruct all of Thor up to that point, but then also make it extremely entertaining and make it make sense. And just, it's so fucking funny. Fuck, this movie is funny. I don't think I've laughed so hard at any of these other Marvel movies that are on this list, if I'm being very honest.
Yeah,
Because, oh my God, dude, because, I talked about how like the only memorable scene in the first Incredible Hulk was the one him falling. This one goes through with it, and it fucking cracks me up
yeah. I'm
with
trying.
him not it just
I think you're right.
uh
I give out the laugh since I'm trying to think. Did I laugh more at Deadpool Wolverine or this? Oh fuck! It's close, but I think I laughed more at Thor Ragnarok.
yeah.
Oh god. But we'll get to that.
Fuck, I love Thor Ragnarok. And then
Yeah.
Hela's such a great villain.
Oh yes! Holy shit! Like,
God, she was so hot. I'm sorry. Like, ugh.
dude, no. You don't have to apologize for that. Everyone loves a goth Tommy mommy.
I know. I was looking respectfully anytime she was on screen.
Just every time she would like just come on screen, yeah, yes, mommy, I'm here.
Yes. You may take over Asgard. You're more than welcome to.
Plus, I think this movie, not Dark World, but this movie was like the start of the Loki air quotes redemption arc.
Yes.
Like, 'cause I still think of that like I saw the clip recently of just Thor's little talk with Loki in the elevator about why he should stay there, and then Loki's kind of realization, damn, my brother actually does care about me, and I've been a bit of a dick.
Even after everything I've done.
Yeah. Like I feel like that's such an important movie or important point that really lends to his mindset in the Loki show. Like
Yeah.
that moment is so pivotal for what's to come later. Yeah, no, I agree with that tier. I kind of want to put it above. Ooh,
No, I'm okay with putting it above Guardians.
put it above Civil War.
Oh, I'm cool with that too. I won't argue.
You know
I
what?
like the movie.
Yeah, it's not quite
yeah. The fucking Breeze. The fucking whenever he's talking about how Loki and all that stuff. He's like, yeah, like this one time, oh my god, it's just he was Chris Hemsworth was just so seamless with that.
Yeah.
He's like, and obviously my brother knows I love snakes. And he's like, it's me. He stabbed me. We were 8 at the time.
I think that's why. Okay, Chris Hemsworth is the reason those movies are so funny. He's not trying to be funny. He's trying to be the straight man in all these funny scenarios. Yeah, like but he's like being this awkward goober who's like the straight man in all these funny scenarios, not realizing how comedic or absurd these things are to everyone else because they're normal for him. And like,
yeah,
Thor is like the penultimate fish out of water story in all the best ways.
Yes. You want some popcorn?
Sure.
Just kidding. They're pretzels.
Oh, fuck! I'm sure we could touch about that all day. Like 5 S tier movies. Yeah, I have a quick look at the list.
Yeah.
I'm happy with what the state of this list so far. Because for the most part, Marvel is positive. Last of the Netflix shows that I haven't seen, that you've seen for season 1, The Punisher. Only thing I know about it is that meme. No. Wait. Where would you put this?
Wait.
Put it in D tier, and as I drag it over there, edit a clip in there in YouTube where it's just no. Wait. I know you're thinking about it. Or that one friend that has a funny story that's only funny to him because he just had to be there for it. But it's funny anyway because he has a gold retriever energy. Yes! Of what that is a perfect description of him.
That's the best way to put it. Honestly, Punisher can go in A.
A. It was good.
It's good.
Good.
It was very good.
Where was it?
The season I watched was good.
Where would it put in relation to everything else? Like better than Daredevil or?
Oh yeah, better than Daredevil.
Really? Now,
Yeah.
Was it better than Guardians or Captain America? Or was it like just think right there is a nice little neat spot for it?
No, better than Daredevil.
Just better.
Right there we go.
Right, yeah,
that's my boy.
All right, I defer to you because, like I said, I haven't seen it. Like it's just a solid show, good casting.
Dude, he's so good as the Punisher, man, and they do a lot well with like also dealing with like all his trauma and how it's brought him to that point. Like, you actually feel how hurt this man is. And he's just, John Bernthal, so good. He's just so fucking good. And, you know, it's just fantastic. And, like, it was very solid all around. And it's one of those things where it's just kind of like, you know, everyone kind of deserves getting the shit beat out of them.
Oh, yeah.
But fuck.
I'm the Punisher and
now
everybody
it makes
sucks.
me realize that I need to sit down and watch these shows because I feel like I would probably change it because I think I might agree with Griffin.
Yeah. Like, again, like, and like, we're basing this off, you've seen season 1 of Punisher. I haven't seen any of them. Like, before Daredevil Born Again comes out, I do plan on just taking a weekend or two to binge them all because I have Disney Plus right now. But
Oh yeah, absolutely.
which there's a lot of things on here, which if you haven't seen, they're almost all on Disney Plus. They're most of the things are going to be worth. Yeah, Punisher good. Now, Black Panther, you said you had thoughts on this. This might be one where we're split and we might have to compromise. So where do you land on Black Panther?
C.
D tier.
C plus.
C plus. Ooh. Would you go?
And I remember we went to go see it together.
Yeah. Okay. So I don't want to put it in A tier. I'm going to tell you that right now. I don't want to put Black Panther in A tier. I like the movie, but I don't love the movie. I want to. Would you compromise with a B minus? B for Black Panther?
I guess I can.
Yeah, like it absolutely is better than Age of Ultron. Like, can you agree with that?
Yeah, no, it is. No, absolutely.
But I know
my thing was
go off.
he had a better character arc in Civil War. And that should have been the story than the reason why they had to throw him into. I mean, no, they had to throw him into Civil War and explain that in some way. I just think it would have made sense that if the events in that movie of his father dying happened in this movie, because the only reason everyone likes this movie is because of the villain.
Yeah.
I'm going to say it right there.
Oh,
Killmonger was the best part of that movie because it was kind of one of those things where like, oh no, this guy's kind of got a point. He's kind of on something here. Like,
you're 100%
I think that's
right.
the only reason. I mean, I'm not going to sit there and say, from a story standpoint, I will say that's the only reason why people really like this one. But like, it's got a lot of not good stuff happening in this movie. Like that final fight with the bad CGI for that time and all. I mean, still, honestly, it's just.
It is, and
I don't know.
That does drag it down for me too. Why I like it, don't love it. Like, there's good CGI, there's bad CGI, but at the time, considering what movies were around it, like it's weird that Black Panther didn't have good CGI for that fight. Like it's like weirdly bad. It's not awful, but like it's just noticeable and kind of confusing how bad some of the effects are. The other thing I kind of jokingly refer to it as Lion King.
Oh yeah.
It kind of, yeah. I think some of the stories are from the comics, so I can't be too. But post Endgame, the CGI is like I made it in Blender. Yeah, well, yeah, we'll get there. But
yeah.
I think
it's just like
there's good actors, there's good characters, but the story is very basic, and
that's my thing.
Yeah,
it was a very basic story. It like with Brie, whenever she says a movie's long, it means for me, I describe it as, oh, it's just boring. Nothing really happens. It's a very basic story. And yeah, you're right. It was basically just Lion King. And it was just kind of like, okay, like I love Black Panther. I like the idea and I like the story with Wakanda and all that stuff. I think all that's super fucking cool. It's just like, again, just a very basic like story.
Yeah.
essentially.
It has
And
kind
I
of
think
the
that's why I was just
it has kind of the Iron Man problem. Like I said, Iron Man. Iron Man has a fantastic actor elevating an otherwise okay movie to A tier status. Black Panther has good elements to it, like T'Challa, the villain, and just the cinematography of it. But they don't elevate a generally okay movie. They elevate a kind of mid, sometimes whatever movie. Like because there could have been more effort put into this. There really could have. It was good.
yeah,
It just
yeah,
wasn't that good.
yeah.
Like, I'll get to it later. I do think it was better than its sequel, but let later. Now, ooh, they were burning through this pretty. Uh, Avengers: Infinity War.
Oh, you know that's going in a fucking S plus, dude. Put it
Dude,
up
you
there,
know,
all the way to the left. Get it up there.
yeah, before,
Get it
yeah,
up there.
like, you know what? Let's
Like no comment. Like what are you gonna say?
like, well, we're gonna nitpick.
Tell me I'm wrong.
I'm sure there's things we can nitpick about it, but
Oh, absolutely.
at the end of the day, like there's one scene in Endgame that I'm nitpicking a little, annoys me a little bit, but like I said, I'm not gonna let one scene ruin the damn movie when the rest of the damn movie is just oh, mwah. And
Was it the Peter Quill one?
uh not in Infinity War it was the Peter Quill one. In Endgame it was the the girl power scene.
Okay.
Like that couldn't have been done a little better, not like a shoehorned girl power moment.
Oh,
No.
I got you.
Okay. But so
No, we'll get to it when we
yeah.
get there.
Yeah, good too. No, I agree. Both of those Avengers just hmm, hmm, peak. But
Fucking peak.
yeah, Ant-Man and the Wasp, not not as good as Ant-Man. Um,
Yeah, that was definitely worse than that, man.
I
That
kind
movie
of
had too much going for it.
want to put this one in C. I
Yeah, throw it up there. I agree.
yeah,
It was definitely like a major downgrade from that, and it was like, why do you even get another movie kind of thing? Because it doesn't
yeah.
even, that's when this movie truly did not add fuck all to this movie
It really
or
didn't.
to the MCU. It didn't do shit
No, because the only
at
thing
all.
it did one thing, but it did potentially two things. One thing it did is it established where Ant-Man was during the events of Infinity War, so, which that part's important. Why I don't want to rate it too harshly, and
Okay, fair
potentially
enough.
explained why there's that the villain Ghost might be in Thunderbolts. Okay,
Oh,
like
okay.
which if she is cool, like I think
Because I thought she was kind of cool.
yeah, like I think this one of those movies is gonna be retroactively important. So I guess in that spirit, I think C plus. I can't give it a B personally.
Yeah, it was. I just didn't think in terms of like the greater scheme of things. It was like
Yeah,
it also didn't help that it was coming hot off the heels of Infinity War
yeah, and again to reiterate
with
on C
such a
tier. Yeah, oh,
devastating end.
for sure. Like, and again, C tier. This isn't us saying, aside from maybe Avengers: Age of Ultron, this isn't us saying these movies are bad. They're just when everything come together, it's just kind of mid. And that's exactly how I feel about Ant-Man and the Wasp. Everything together, eh.
Yeah, yeah.
Like I do think comfortably that Black Panther is better than Ant-Man. Like I was kind of like minus. Like if we have to move that down to a C, it'd be at the top of C. But I think yeah, because I do like Thor more than I like Black Panther. Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
looking
keep it.
at this and I like what we've done so
It's nice.
far.
I think I like what we are cooking here. Whether you guys agree or not, I think we are cooking.
This is the official. Everything else is inaccurate and fake news.
Yeah. This is it. Everyone else wrong, including you.
Including you.
Our opinions matter. You're watching us. You're getting free entertainment from us.
Yeah.
So you will be subjected to what we find entertaining.
Butcherson's right. Ant-Man and the Wasp existed solely for the end credit scene, and that's what it feels like. Like it really feels like it existed for the end credit scene to establish where.
Bro, what was the end credit scene? Because I did not even remember.
That's when they basically went into the quantum realm, and then the everyone but Ant-Man were basically just dusted away again. And then Ant-Man was just stuck. Yeah, that's it. It's there to establish where Ant-Man was. That's it. And it's like,
yeah.
yeah. Phase,
You smell that? They're cooking and it's burning.
phase 3 was just fire. It was, like I said, Captain Marvel. Ooh, okay. Hot take. I know a lot of people hate this movie. It wasn't that bad.
Hot take. I didn't see it.
All right. A lot of people were
Because
quick.
I didn't care to see it.
I understand why. A lot of people are quick to put this movie in like D tier, C tier, or whatnot. No, I don't think it was an A tier movie. But for what it was fine. I would say, going off my opinion, B tier. No, yeah, bottom of B tier. Black Panther was a little better, but it was good. I liked it too. It's just I think too many people are hating on it for sure. The movie,
yeah, all the sexist dudes.
Yeah, like the movie wasn't that bad. It's so annoying whenever people like harshly judge a movie or overpraise a movie. When like if you judge it like on its own merits, it has its own problems. Like the biggest problem with Captain Marvel, and I no shade, is kind of sometimes Brie Larson stumbles a bit on her acting, and the writing feels very basic. Other than that, like when Brie Larson doesn't stumble, she like owns it. Like after that, like not so much after Captain Marvel, but after Endgame, I was like, no, this person is Captain Marvel. Like it took both of those movies to sell it, and I think that's part of the problem is to like introduce a character like that this late. Just see, but suddenly Captain Marvel. There was no real right way to do it, but they did what they could, and they did fine. It has very much the Spider-Man Homecoming problem, where it's like they had a little bit of a handicap of how are we going to do this, throw shit at the wall. We got was fine, little flawed, not perfect, but good. Definitely not deserving of a whole lot of hate. That's my 2 cents on
I bet it did. No, I'm kidding. No,
it.
no. I'd imagine if I did watch it, I'd probably agree with you that it was probably a much better movie than it had any.
Yeah.
That compared to all the dudes that hate women.
Yeah.
Would say.
At least they didn't introduce her at the very end of Age of Ultron like they were going to do.
Really?
Really? That'd be that. Ooh. That is it weird that would have made Age of Ultron worse?
Yeah. It definitely would have.
Oh God. Ugh. Kind of glad they didn't. Oh well, no. Endgame. No, Endgame was above Infinity War. I'm sorry. Endgame is the return of the king of MCU. Like, yeah, it doesn't have the most complex story.
I wouldn't put. I'm sorry.
No.
Like I'm just sitting there, just like, when's a good time to butt in? I'm always of the opinion Endgame is a fantastic end to the whole saga, but I think Infinity War was the better movie.
Really?
That's my opinion on it.
So,
but I'm not mad at all. It's S tier. It absolutely is. Like it's fucking amazing. There's way too many moments in that. It's such a culmination of everything that's happened that you couldn't name a more perfect ending for the whole thing. It was great. It ended the way it needed to. But I just thought Infinity War was the better movie overall. But I'm not mad with either being one over or the other. Like it's good. It's good shit.
So the only reason I personally put it above the Avengers Endgame, it's kind of what you said. I say this is the return of the king of MCU. The plot is not super complicated. It's very bare bones and basic. But the whole reason because of that is they doesn't need to be. This is at this point, this was 10 years of just everything coming together. And like they know what the fans are here for. We're doing the setup and they delivered. Like everything was for that beautiful 20 minutes of that fight at the end, that just that sweet release at the end. They knew it. They're like, we know what you're here for. Let's get through some good storytelling, put all of our pieces in place, and go to fucking town. That's what this movie was for, like, for the satisfaction of it. That's where now, I do agree with you. If we're talking purely objectively.
The Canes talk. What happened? What was the Canes talk? I want to know about the Canes incident.
Infinity War doesn't need Endgame, but Endgame needs Infinity War. Yeah.
Together strong.
That, you know what? Tell you what, that's a very good point. So yeah, Infinity War above Endgame, both of them above the first Avengers. I think I can comfortably agree with that.
Yeah,
because that's a very good point. Endgame relies on Infinity War to exist, but in Infinity War it doesn't necessarily need it. So for that fact alone, Infinity War is above Endgame. But they are both phenomenal movies for slightly different reasons.
Yes.
I am comfortable with that.
All right. I am also very comfortable. I'm so fucking comfortable right now. These chairs are comfy.
Good for you.
Almost.
Spider-Man Far From Home.
I do think it was better than Homecoming.
Oh yeah. I
would probably put it up there as A.
Yeah. I was trying to think of where I'd put an A tier. Is it weird that I kind of want to
above Punisher?
Above Punisher?
I think so. I think because I really like Jake Gyllenhaal in this movie.
Yeah,
His Mysterio was awesome, and it had one of the best little sequences ever with Mysterio and Spider-Man.
Yeah,
fuck. There's some great moments with that.
This was an age of Marvel where they're like, oh, we like between Endgame and Guardians of the Galaxy, like, oh, we can make these Marvel villains that are like never got their time to shine and just let them have their moment. Like, I don't know if we're ever gonna get a Mysterio sequence like that again. Kane's chicken is mid, but the sauce is boss. Yeah, chicken needs the sauce to be good, but the sauce doesn't need the chicken. However, together.
It's true because Kane's the breading has no seasoning whatsoever, but the sauce is where it's at.
Always get extra sauce.
Always get 32 ounces of it. Yeah. I will eat it all.
Yeah, Far From Home. Like Tom Holland, there's not much else to say. Like he's pretty consistently good in all of the Spider-Man, all the movie season of Spider-Man. Jake Gyllenhaal, unexpectedly good as Mysterio. Honestly, I didn't know what to think of that casting, but damn it if it didn't work. Yeah.
God, I feel like no one talks enough about whenever he willingly gives the glasses to him and all that stuff. And then, after he leaves the bar and all that stuff, the fucking shit-eating grin he does.
We got him
every time. We got him. Yeah. It's so fucking good, and I don't know, no one talks about that enough because I just lose it because it's so good. The only negative I'll say about the movie is that it really had this bad. It basically made this the whole joke of how any new villain that gets introduced is somehow associated with Tony Stark in a negative way.
Yeah,
because I think a lot of people weren't too happy with that. This Mysterio was just a disgruntled ex-Stark.
He was just in the Tony Stark R&D department.
Yeah,
I agree with that. It's really weird because there are big story decisions, which we're going to talk more about the story decisions writing in later movies, but this started a trend that Marvel started to set in stone at that. This is not the comics. This is not the shows. We are doing our own thing. Put a pin in that for later. But
pin.
Yes. But there are two things I didn't necessarily like story wise. I think they could have done something a little bit better. It just didn't make sense. I agree with you. I'm kind of mixed on where Mysterio came from, and I think part of that is I did recently play Spider-Man 2, and
Gross.
those Mysterio side missions talking about just how Mysterio like is and just his rehab and just his mental psyche. That was fascinating enough. And like, really don't have to do a whole lot of complicated Tony Stark related bullshit for Mysterio because he's not a stupid guy. Like, you just say he has the technology, and I believe you.
Yeah.
Like, so again, they had to kind of somewhere they could have made worse. I still don't like the I don't mind that Spider-Man's identity got revealed,
Yeah.
but I'm still thinking at some point. So, like, at no point, Nick Fury or Shield, at no point did y'all just want to hijack that broadcast.
Right. To like make sure that doesn't get out.
Like, there's a lot of continuity errors in Marvel. That's like, to me, one of the bigger ones. I'm just like, really, like, it it's not even that like Mysterio uploaded and they couldn't stop it. No, it was on fucking uh the Marvel Alex Jones show. But
Yeah.
so
It was on the cloud, dude.
yeah,
They can't get in there. They can't get in the
you could
cloud.
stop the broadcast. Like, there's so many ways they could have.
Yeah.
It, I don't know. It's one of those things that I wish was handled a bit better. But it's like it's why it to me, those two things and the shaky bits of right here and there do keep it from S tier to me. But no, like, A tier. It is a good movie.
Yes.
It's a very good movie. I'd happily watch it. Next show, WandaVision. I want to like it more. I want to
I
like
do
it more.
too, because that show started off awesome.
Yes, it did. Oh man, like, some people say, "Oh, it started off really weird and weird." No, like, I
That
have
was
a
the best part.
yes, I have a rule whenever I watch shows. Like, years of watching Sentai have given me this hard rule whenever I get into shows. I call it the rule of 10%. And basically, if I'm going to watch a new show, and this really only applies to shows, if I'm going to watch a new show, I should be able to get 10% of the way into that show, which in the case of Marvel shows is like one, maybe two episodes in. By that point, I should have a very clear understanding of who the main characters are, and at least a semi clear understanding of what the conflict is, or intrigue around what the conflict is. It's not as I don't think that these things are too much to ask, but there are shows that break those rules, that don't get you invested, that you don't know.
Yeah.
Like, WandaVision
Yeah.
has a strong start. Oh, this is about Wanda and Vision and their kids. And
What the fuck is going on?
yes,
Is Vision dead? Who the fuck is this? What is like? It is
S tier intrigue.
crazy.
S tier intrigue.
Mhm.
But it's the payoff. It's all
The
about
reveal.
It's Agatha all along. I mean,
Only
Agatha's
because
funny.
it does a massive Oh no, I agree. I love Agatha and the actress that plays her. Catherine Hahn's hilarious.
Yeah.
Um,
It just
but it's just
the concepts
it
don't
does
mesh.
a massive disservice to Scarlet Witch in a way that it actually hurts a movie later on down the line.
Yeah. I 100% agree with that.
Because with those decisions, it hurts her character.
Yeah.
It hurts the movies. It hurts the movie and the show. Because at first it was kind of like, well, and even then in the show, she says a line where it's just like, she kind of accepts that she's like a bad person and all that stuff, but she doesn't really apologize to them at all. She still like thinks herself to still be in the right for it.
Yeah.
But the show tries to make you think she's understood it. But then in Multiverse of Madness, that doesn't seem to be the case. So it
Yeah.
really was like, what is it? What is it? What are you trying to do, Marvel?
They it, yeah, this series was definitely the catalyst for almost dooming her state in the MCU. Because like with the upcoming Agatha
Yeah.
all along, there's just this big question: will Scarlet Witch be in it? Can she be in it? Would it even be worth bringing her back for Secret War? If so, how? How does that muddy things up? They've it's just a this show has single handedly made Scarlet Witch just a big black spot in the MCU. This which is awkward considering her appearances before in like Civil War and Age of Ultron.
We're awesome.
Yeah, they were awesome. You felt for her,
Yeah.
like I don't. I want to like it. I don't want to be too harsh. I'm teetering between like upper C and low
I'd
B.
say it's a B. I personally
B,
think it's a B.
B, yeah, no, C's to B tier. Because when
Yeah.
it's good,
I don't
it's
think it was that
great.
bad.
You
Yeah.
know what? Like right here between Black Panther and Thor.
I agree.
Yeah, because like it just has this unfortunate baggage attached to it, and it didn't end as strong. But
It would have been fine if she just doubled down
yeah,
on the stuff she did.
absolutely. It just but just know when this show is good, it's S tier good. It but when this show is bad, it's kind of it drags it down a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Captain America and the Winter Soldier. I also want to like this one more, but I kind of want to put this one in C.
Wait, which one is it?
Captain America, or not Captain America, Winter Soldier. Fuck, Falcon and the Winter Soldier. Fuck, I'm so.
Oh, I haven't watched that one.
All right, this is like Captain Marvel. It's not that bad. There's choice of storytelling is I think very inspired and very smart because it brings it back to all like the down home issues that are faced with like Captain America Winter Soldier. Because the whole premise of like the Flag Smashers, the main terrorist groups in that show, is after the events of Endgame, all the population that left at the snap, they're all back. Now there's the world is suddenly facing overpopulation. How the fuck is that going to mess up displacement and like the economy? So,
Interesting.
so
Okay.
so the Flag Smashers like we didn't ask are basically a group of people who are displaced. Either they were the victims of, related to, or like they were basically got the short end of the stick when like, all the good people came back and they've been here the whole time. Like these people who somehow got screwed over and they're like, we didn't ask to be blipped away. We didn't ask to go through that tragedy. Why is it over the course of 5 years we went from living a semi-normal life to being in the fucking boonies? That's not fair. Like,
Okay.
yeah, like that group and everything about
That's
them.
cool.
Yeah, that's a very smart storytelling. I like the Flag Smashers. I like how they brought back Baron Zemo. He had some pretty funny scenes in there. Like you all know the meme of like he's out of line, but he's right.
Yeah.
I also like that um Bucky and Sam in this movie, they never become friends. Their relationship
Oh.
is basically like I respect you enough to work with you. Like we can work well together, but that's it. And because their whole dynamic about the thing is Captain America left Sam the shield. And Sam's like, I don't know if I can hold this responsibility. And then Bucky's like, it doesn't matter what you think. He left it to you. Own that shit.
Nice.
Like he's trying to hold him accountable. Like, no, this is your responsibility whether you like it or not. Because if because Bucky sees it as no, if this shield means nothing, then everything Captain for me means.
Mm-hmm.
Like I get that. There's so many good dynamics in the show. Where it loses me, where I'm kind of like, oh no, you know, it's not a C tier. No, it's better than C tier. Now I'm thinking about it in my head. Where it loses me is it does try to add very on the nose classism and racism stuff.
I see.
I am.
Well, it makes sense to do that though.
It would make sense, and again, a lot of it is handled very well. Like we're getting it. We're now that we've seen the trailer for Brave New World and we see all these like Black Super Soldier stuff, it is touched upon in Falcon and Winter Soldier that there were basically a group of test subjects for the Super Soldier Serum that Hydra was working on, or not the Super Soldier Serum, the stuff for Bucky, basically the prototypes.
Yeah.
And a lot of them were basically Black Hydra sleeper agents. And that's
Oh,
what,
wow.
so there straight up is just a small population of just minority groups that were deemed as lesser at the time as test
Damn.
subjects. Yeah. And that is, it's like that fact alone is enough to just like make us think, damn, that's it all.
I'm surprised that they fucking would touch on that in a Marvel show of all things. That's actually pretty deep cut right with that.
Yeah.
You know, because they usually don't shy, like they usually shy away from a lot of like stuff, you know?
Yeah. And well, I think there's a lot of very good stuff. There's a lot of very heavy stuff. Spoiler for the show. This is a bit of a spoiler. I'm not going to say where it leads, why it leads there, or what comes after, because that to me, I see that as the most important. But there comes a point where this part's not a spoiler. There is someone else taking on the mantle of Captain America. That's not Sam Wilson. It's this other guy that the government endorses. But
Yeah.
at one point on camera, when they're chasing the flag smash, Captain America kills somebody on camera in front of a crowd.
Yeah, I've seen that scene.
And that
where he doesn't like hold back. He like straight up like kills the dude.
They do not shy away for how much of a fuck up that. And why that was impactful and how this is affecting him. And you get to see this guy's descent into madness. Like I said, there's so many good things in this show. It's just where it loses me. Really is like towards the end. Some of the messaging can be a little on the nose and preachy. I do not like the last monologue because of how preachy it is, and seeing the Captain America Brave New World outfit in the trailers, it makes me kind of not like that outfit from the show in retrospect.
Oh, I see.
So again, but those aren't the biggest things. It's just like keeping it from being an otherwise really good series. It touches with some really heavy topics that not everyone's going to be really receptive to. Some of this stuff is uncomfortable, but there's the occasional bits of comedy. There's this is a show you're going to want to listen to everything. You're going to want to pay attention, and it's not a light watch. So I kind of want to put it in the upper B. I did like it more than Homecoming, but it's not quite A tier for me. I think that for me personally, the things that do hold it back, it's like preachy attitude. Sometimes the writing's a bit shaky. Just like an outfit, just they almost there. It's almost there. It might be the second best. It might be the second best Marvel. Well, no, there's two that I like more by a lot that I'm going to be fighting for A and S tier.
Okay.
But at top of B personally. But if you see this as an S tier or an A tier show, I completely understand why. Because there is some very good things in it. I just think it fumbles some very key elements towards the end. It has the WandaVision problem, just not near as bad.
Bum da be da bobum.
Yeah. But now that random complicated mess out of the way, give me one reason why I shouldn't put Loki in fucking S tier.
I got none.
Yeah.
Get it up there. And that goes for season 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Both seasons.
But
Excellent.
But where are we putting it in S tier? That's better than
I would put it right in front of the first Avengers.
Right. Yeah. No, I'm comfortable with that. It's damn. I didn't know what
the show's excellent, and it pisses me off because I was like, "What the fuck?" So Marvel can make good shit. They just aren't trying right now. Whenever season 2 came out, because like, for one, I didn't think I was gonna like. I don't think anyone was gonna like that show as much as we did.
Yeah.
Like it was like really a Loki show. I mean, okay, this is interesting. And then they were kind of building up to how it was like it takes place during the little fuck up in Endgame where he runs away with it, and then it introduces a whole bunch of cool stuff. And it was a great way to kind of get the whole multiverse
The
multiverse thing going. The
Mortyverse.
multiverse.
I think you said Mortyverse. Mortyverse.
The Mortyverse. Morty. We're gonna talk about the Mortyverse. Morty.
Yeah. Like when everyone was asking how you do a show about Loki of all things, how's that gonna work? Is it just its adventures in Asgard? It's just like, nah, man. This is the most pivotal fucking show in all of the MCU.
It's a very important show.
Yeah.
It's like it's you kind of need to watch the show to know what's going on in the respective movies too.
Yeah. Because yeah,
It's
other
so good.
other shows, what they do later on is fairly inconsequential. Like Captain America or Falcon and Winter Soldier. If you want to call it Captain America, because Sam Wilson, I think, is a good Captain. But like outside of Brave New World, there's not a whole, and of course Bucky now being in the Thunderbolts, that one's not gonna have a huge implication of what's happening later. And WandaVision, we'll get to that later. But yeah, no, this is pivotal for it is it is the reason we can explain away Kang. Like season 2 is that wonderful ending. I think is the easy out for explaining why Kang no longer is here.
Yeah.
And I don't think they even need to address it outside of maybe a passing joke. That that's all they have to do. That is all they have to do. Just have a fun little dynamic between Tom Hiddleston and Paul Rudd between their characters, because they're the only two people who would know about Kang.
Yeah.
And it just gets like, well, we fought this guy named Kang. It's like, don't worry, I fixed that. What? What? Just something like that.
I just fixed it.
It just it's like, how did you World Tree? That doesn't explain it. Whoa, just watch Paul Rudd have a mental break. That's all you got to do. That's all you got. Or just make it hand wavy like fucking the mustache. And
people are thinking that they're just gonna do the thing where it's like, I know it's just kind of jumping forward a bit, but when you see all the Kang variants and all that stuff,
yeah,
it's just gonna be Doctor Doom coming out of the arena and like they're just all dead.
probably.
Or something like that.
So Loki is now a bigger cheater than Kang. He always was. Let's be real.
Yeah.
He always was. Yeah, that's tier. Black Widow. Was it that bad?
Dude, I'm putting in D. I fucking hated Black Widow.
Trying to think of
I didn't like it.
it's definitely I'm teetering between C and D myself because I did like Iron Man 2 more. I liked it. It's just at the end of the day, it was kind of a nothing burger. And
it didn't need to be that fucking overly complicated.
Yeah.
Why you could have just done an offshoot of Winter Soldier and it would have been fucking awesome. But no, I didn't. Okay. I didn't hate the humor in there. I actually I love Florence Pugh in this movie as her sister.
Oh yeah,
I'll be honest, she was fucking great. I loved her.
She's great in this.
I loved
she's
how annoying she was.
Yeah.
To her, but I did not give I was just bored the whole time watching this movie, or then some of the stuff, and then like the whole fake sacrifice thing at the end of the movie, and I was just it was I don't know. I really didn't like it. It did not sit well with me.
So I liked it more than you did, but not by much. I agree with you. There was no reason for this movie to be as overcomplicated as it was. It should have been a straightforward story. It was like
it should have happened earlier.
Yeah.
Why would you give her own movie after she dies?
I know, that's the thing.
Which was hilarious because whenever that scene happened, we were like, oh fuck. And like we all walked out of the theater when we did our the cruise screening, And we all, me, my roommate, and our manager at the time looked at each other. Was like, so I guess the Black Widow movie's a prequel.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, if you go into the movie knowing whether a character's going to live or die, like just hard knowing their fate by the end of the movie, it removes a lot of the tension. Like
one or more of the other movies,
because there's nothing this movie could have done that would have been better than her sacrifice in Endgame. There's nothing this movie could. On one hand, it knew that, but on the other hand, I don't know if it fully did because it was way overcomplicated. It was more complicated than it needed to be. But to your point, there were good things. I do completely believe this is better than Thor: Dark World. I'm trying to gauge it in my head, compare it to like Age of Ultron, Iron Man 2, and Hulk specifically. I do think it does.
Put it under Hulk.
No,
put it under.
No, you know, no. I have a compromise. I have a compromise because I do agree this is one of the worst. It's there are.
It was definitely a
worse.
weak point.
It was a low point.
No, there are. That's why I'm putting in D.
How about this compromise? First, bam, bam. What do you think of that?
My stream will catch up.
I put Thor Thor.
Yeah, we're throwing Thor. Okay.
No,
okay.
like the more I think about it, the more like no, Thor Dark World.
We have found where the yeah. Okay.
Like this feels better to me because I would feel so weird putting Black Widow in the same vein as like Iron Man 2 and all those because like I like those movies somewhat. Black Widow, it's like I like the only thing I really like about that movie is her dad.
Oh yeah, that's right because he played. They were all good.
They were damn. Now I do. You know what? Yeah. See,
I really like Rachel Weisz in it too.
Yeah.
Weisz.
The side characters elevated. Bottom of C. Now, all right. Just for posterity's sake, like, all right, Thor: Dark World, you're back in D for now.
You're back in D, I guess.
For now,
we'll keep you there. For now.
I do think that is
because Black Widow did have entertaining moments. You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
Thor: The Dark World. What the fuck happened in that movie?
Actually, right between Hulk and Iron Man 2. Thinking about it, the more I'm thinking, like I did like it a little better than Hulk. Not quite as much as Iron Man, but for the sake of the side characters, C- right next to Hulk. Right, it's adjacent.
Yeah, just get out of my face. Just get it.
All right. Okay. Yeah.
Put it somewhere.
Let's get to something better. Marvel What If. Ooh. Love Marvel What If.
So I haven't watched the second season of that.
It's okay. The second season is,
but I loved Marvel What If.
Yeah. I feel like it's almost season unfair, but like if you like season 1, you're gonna love season 2. More of the same. It's awesome. It feels almost unfair to put it in S tier because I feel like no matter what it's going to be an S tier.
God, I think alone for the Doctor Strange episode, man.
Yeah, it wasn't as good as Loki, but What If was following Black Widow. What If was a high point. Yeah. Like it almost feels like cheating, but
the fact that they made all the events of What If happening, culminate and all that stuff was actually kind of cool.
And all those are potentially slowly becoming canon, so we might be able to see all those people in a live action performance, which we've already kind of seen with Agent Carter. Which some of these people, I am so looking forward to it. Like I don't want to spoil season 2, but
What if A?
but in season 2 they do something that I wish Marvel did more of.
Write better.
An original character.
Oh, okay.
Whoever's seen season 2, you know exactly what I'm referring to. I love that episode. I love what it culminates to. And just aside from everything with Thor, Love, and What If. But it's easy. Shang-Chi.
God, I want to put that in an S, but like, fuck. I really love Shang-Chi.
I love Shang-Chi too, but it never quite reached the heights to me. I agree with A tier. I agree with A tier.
I just fucking love the fights in that movie, man. And it was like one of those. It was, and it also gave us another villain you kind of felt bad for.
Oh God, yeah, the Mandarin.
God, the man. Because yeah, they. Sorry, my truck stopped.
For the fucking bamboo scene and that tension. Damn, it's between. I think it can sit comfortably around where like Civil War and Guardians are. It is definitely around there. Just trying to think. It's if it's an A tier, it's top of A tier, 100%.
It is top of A tier.
If you're comfortable with it
I'll
there, yeah,
I'll allow it
because it's just one of those things that it's good.
It's a good fucking movie, dude. It's a good ass movie.
It's a good, solid movie.
And Awkwafina wasn't as bad as she was.
No, she wasn't. Awkwafina annoys me because but that's a personal bias. I don't want to get the movie. She was fine in the movie. I think the things that really keep away from S tier for me, there's a few instances of Zoomer humor that are just kind of groany. They're very few and far between.
I see.
They're very few and far between the ones that are groany.
Yeah, it did have better fight scenes in Mortal Kombat too.
Yes, it did. Yes, it did.
Like they need to fucking hire whoever was the stunt coordinator for that movie and throw him in the next one.
Yeah.
For Mortal Kombat 2.
Right. Eternals. God damn it! I
didn't watch it.
All right, so
I did not care to see it.
I totally get why. Okay, so you know that there was a show before this, right? That bombed. Nobody watched.
The fuck
the Inhumans.
Yeah, thank you, big ass dog.
So here's the fun thing about the Eternals. The ironic thing: this would have worked better as a show.
I see.
Like if you watch the movie, it's laid out in a way where like you could tell, no, this would have worked better. It's like a little 6-episode show. Because the first episode, you have like the main three that are like there the whole time, and then each next like 20 minutes of the movie is them going to a different place, adding someone to their party, when another like of these little monsters attacks, so they have to fend them off while trying to maintain their secrecy. That's the movie, and some of these people just their powers are cool, but there's nothing. Most of it
I
is
like the eye laser guy.
Yeah, like the not Homelander.
Yeah, I like not Homelander.
I
liked all the parents coming out and wanting their money back because there's a sex scene at the beginning of the movie.
Yeah, yes, there is. It's
and also boys kissing.
This is also a movie that is. I think it has a problem that Ant-Man and the Wasp has. I feel the only reason it exists is the fucking post-credit scenes, and to establish that the Eternals will be there in Secret War. Like,
and because I did clean movie theaters. And let me tell you why I'm gonna put it an F because fuck them. No, I'm kidding. But imagine casting. So around this time, it was known that like Blade was going to be one of the movies, and they casted.
Yeah.
I cannot say his name for the life of me. Marshala Ali.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
And how fucking excited I am. And so far, the only thing that he's done to say that, hey, I'm in the Marvel universe, is the one line at the end of this movie in the after credits.
Yeah. It's unfortunate. Like, there's nothing I could say about this movie. It was never awful, but it very much has the Thor Dark World. So much of this movie is just unmemorable. It's so unmemorable that we still, to this day, have not addressed the thing that was established in this movie about the fucking Eternal waking up out of the earth, and now there's just a giant man poking out of the Pacific that disrupted all of ocean currents.
Did you hear? That's how they're gonna introduce adamantium into the MCU. Is that guy? He's made of adamantium.
God damn.
Did you hear?
This is where I think I'm gonna move Thor: Dark World down. It's better than Thor: Dark World. I'm sorry, Thor: Dark World to me is the worst one because of how
It's pretty
bullshit
bad,
boring
dude.
it
It is
is.
pretty bad.
This to me
We're starting to get
feels this
yeah.
is the D tier movie. There's not a lot of positives in it, but I'd feel so bad. I do like it more than Thor: Dark World, so I don't. I'd feel weird if they were in the same tier. But man, he's made it no bitches. It's bad, and like it's. I do firmly believe, and I do recommend watching it just to maybe if you agree or not. I do firmly believe this would have worked better as a series
I'll
because,
watch it.
like, and it sucks because of the series that failed beforehand. It's like there's no winning with Eternals and Inhumans, I guess, when it comes to Marvel. It's the more I said, I was no, that was kind of bad. That was shit. Moving on, something a little bit better. Hawkeye.
Hawkeye's great. I
It
would
is
put
great.
that.
It is great. There's
Is it A grade or is it high B
I
grade?
want to put it in B, and I want to put it firmly, squarely in the middle of B. And this is where I want to touch on something. You know where I remember to put a pin and just where Marvel established we're doing our own thing.
Yeah.
This is where they started to defy that, where they started to do things because comic book. And I hate it. I don't believe that with everything that was established in the MCU, there are certain things they could have done, I feel, that would have followed their own continuity and nobody would have cared outside of like the two or three neckbeards with way too much time and money and living in their mind. Like if Hawkeye was going to have an apprentice, it should have been his daughter. I firmly believe that. And
Really?
yeah, and honestly, I think it would have made the show better considering the context and his relation with Black Widow's sister. It would have made that whole conflict more divisive, and that's probably why they didn't, because they didn't want to overfocus it. But like with everything we because we didn't get a lot of Clint beforehand. But the what we did know about him is he was a family man. He was devout. He loves his family to an extent, and oh, not to he loves his family with like to the fullest, I should say. And he was teaching his daughter archery. She won several competitions. That was just
Oh,
established.
so they were kind of setting that up
They were kind of setting that
already.
up, and then they just kind of went. Nah, it's like,
Nah, we want Kate Bishop.
yeah, like
Even though I love Kate Bishop in the show.
I know, and that's what makes it so awkward because like she didn't do bad. She really didn't. It's just,
Yeah.
oh, I somewhere there's an alternate world where they just say comics be damned. Let's actually just follow the story we've kind of established for us. And I feel like what we got was a good movie. It's why I think B tier is good for it. But I feel it annoys me because the potential for a great show right there. Like it I would uh, yeah, no, top of B tier. I think it was a little bit all around it was better than I'm gonna shift these a bit because you have
I
it.
mean, I like
Yeah,
that it confirmed that the Netflix series of shows were canonical.
it did. And you know
Because
what?
like they
Yeah.
were very quiet on whether or not they were going to keep around all that up until then.
Why did they make the Hawkeye logo trading space spawn? I don't know. God damn it.
Oh my god, why did they?
I don't. So like, and with Hawkeye specifically, like this minor thing about like not doing certain things with certain characters, it's a problem I am currently having in relation to. I had it with Hawkeye. I have it with one movie we're going to talk about here in a bit. Well, not in a bit. I've still got quite a few more to talk about before we get to it. And then one movie coming or one series coming up. I just it annoys me that like it feels like oh the writing was going in one direction for what they've done so far to do this random pivot for no other reason than comic books. It just feels weird, you know?
I understand. Like they didn't want to stray too far away from it, so they just did it massive 180.
They played it safe. So yeah. Now I'm looking at what we have left. Potentially, I only see one. I think two are going to be teetering between S and A, and I think you know what two movies are. But this next movie could potentially be our last S tier.
It's S. It absolutely S.
Yeah, yeah. There's it is
S for sex in my eyes.
I
with everything
personally put it right here, right here. I liked it more than Avengers.
Yeah.
Do I like it more than What If? Do I like it more? Yes, I do. I absolutely liked it more.
I
than
do
What
like
If.
it more than What If.
I like it more than Loki. Yeah, it's damn.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. I had to think about that. It's close, but I did like.
I didn't know about any of the potential leaks happening for this movie.
Yes.
So I was losing my fucking mind from like minute 10 when fucking Matt Murdock showed up as his lawyer and all that stuff.
Yes.
And just the whole when he grabs the fucking brick and all that, he's just like, "Oh, how'd you do that?" He's like, "I'm just a really good lawyer." And it's just like, oh my God. I was so happy about that. It was funny because like I kind of kept myself together because like it was a crew screening and I didn't want my fucking crew members to see me as being a fucking idiot nerd.
This 100% was just an MCU cameo Spider-Man jerk fest.
Yeah, it was. It was. And it's being able to see Doc Ock and all them like coming back and all that stuff, and I was just like, oh, this is crazy. But I didn't even think of that they would even try to bring back Toby and all of them and all that stuff, because boy, let me tell you, I was like wait a minute, is it gonna be a different Spider-Man when he does the thing, when that does the thing?
Yeah.
And sure enough, it was a Toby and an Andrew, and they came through the hole, the Doctor Strange hole. Oh my God, you have no idea how much I was like, oh my God, like I was just freaking out.
So to derail
this whole movie,
derail a little bit, how do you feel about the three Spider-Men? How would you rank the three of them because I think for different reasons they're all good, but like from best to not to least best, where would you rank the three of them?
I will vehemently defend Andrew Garfield as my favorite. I think he nails both.
Okay.
He nails both Spider-Man and Peter Parker. And he's been my favorite iteration of a live action Spider-Man because of how accurate he is being such a little shit.
Yes. I
think it's Tom Holland, and then I think it's Toby.
I'm kind of split between Tom Holland and Andrew as my top. They're kind of split, but I always said, like, everyone there was like, oh, but the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man, he was so comic booky. He's like, yes, he was. And if you basing it solely,
too much of a loser.
Yeah, if you're basing it solely off of a specific age of comic books, but at this point, Spider-Man was a lot, and I firmly believe of the three of them, the best Peter Parker went to Andrew Garfield. Like Tom Holland was good.
Okay.
Tom Holland was good. I think he did. I think he portrayed both equally like great. I would say Tom Holland's Spider-Man was a little bit better, but Andrew Garfield's Peter Parker was leagues above Tom Holland.
Yes,
because he knew how to just be that quippy, awkward nerd, like without being a loser. Like, and they have the best romance in the Amazing Spider-Man series. Oh my God. Fucking Gwen Stacy broke my heart, dude.
Oh, and then when he catches her in No Way Home,
yeah,
I will start crying right there, dude.
Oh, that's Peter Parker, Tom Holland, and you know, like that's it. None of them did bad. None of them did bad. It's just like
that's why it's hard for me to like put them together. But that's just my personal thing. I don't think when it comes to the best iteration, like no one's wrong.
Right.
I think, it's one of those rare things. It's not like James Bond, right? Where it's
Yeah.
like there's obviously are better versions of another, but
Yeah.
like they all had their strengths. There's like there's really no wrong answer.
Everyone did something right, and it's kind of like a Batman scenario where like there's like different iterations of Batman, like Golden Age Batman, where you have like you have Brave and the Bold. Then you have like the 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 Batman
The
from Batman in
button,
the
the
animated
bold.
series. Then you have fucking Christian Bale. Each Batman's a little different, capsulizing a different aspect of the comics or whatnot. I think these Spider-Men do that. Like they encapsulate a different aspect of Spider-Man in the comics. So it's just a matter of what do you prefer? Do you prefer the more comic booky loser? Do you prefer the awkward, like quippy dork? Or do you prefer the lovable goober that is Tom Holland? Like, there's no wrong answer. And like, like these are good movies. Did you hear what broke your heart, Kaiju man? Wait do you hear what happened to Gwen? Oh
He
no!
broke your spine,
Did I say
your neck.
Nick? All right, yeah, easy S tier. So again, like, there's two other movies we got coming up that might be S tier. I don't want to hint anything on Deadpool and Wolverine, other than it's definitely above C tier, definitely. But at least in my eyes. But Guardians, we'll get to Guardians later. But Moon Knight is a
I
very
wanted to love it. It had the WandaVision problem too.
okay. I would put it above WandaVision, and it only
Okay,
I would say right above WandaVision.
okay, I'll allow that.
I To me, there's two things that like keep it, like just how WandaVision had that when like WandaVision had whenever WandaVision was good, it was great. This movie had a lot of things going for it that made it feel important, that made it feel watchable all the way through until random kaiju attack. I don't care for that either.
Yeah, again, it was like towards the end, it was kind of just like, oh, what the fuck are we doing here?
The two things that I think it does really well. One, I think Moon Knight does a better job at incorporating the gods into the MCU than Thor: Love and Thunder ever did.
Okay, yeah, I'll agree with that.
Like, because it just gave us a taste of the Egyptian gods and just their stance about just not trying to interfere with Khonshu being all. And well, no, things are different now. Humans are basically getting to the point where they could compete with us, and that an equal danger is falling. We have to get involved. That was the whole point, the whole reason that there is a divide there, and
Yeah,
I think that's why despite Moon Knight being an unknown, perfect placement. The other thing, honestly, Moon Knight himself, I didn't know what to expect, but he had to act all
yeah,
over the
because I didn't
place.
know
But
anything about Moon Knight, so everything was like kind of a surprise to me.
yeah, but no, like the ending, the villain was kind of weak.
No,
Eh.
that was the weakest part.
And also, actually, a third thing, I'm a sucker for Khonshu's voice.
Oh, Khonshu had a cool ass
Oh,
voice.
butter in my ears, dude. Just it's so
Yeah,
smooth.
I'm with Butcherson on this one. Like, fantastic start, but it just yeah towards the end.
Yeah, it's definitely worth a watch. It comes with a recommendation from me. It's a good series, and I do think it's very important, but yeah, it just kind of starts out strong, gets a bit good. I do like the episode with the hippo lady. It just kind of
Yeah, that was a fun episode.
but then it just kind of yeah. But all right, Multiverse of Madness. God,
Dude, you know how much of a fucking defender I am of Multiverse of Madness.
yeah,
And I know you like it too.
I do like it. I'm
I put that at high A.
high
Like,
A.
I shit you not. I actually put it above Shang-Chi. I
Really.
fucking love Multiverse of Madness.
Uh, I want to try to think of a reason because like the movie isn't perfect, and I'm trying to like objectively think.
No, it's not. It's really not. But god damn, was it a good time?
You know what? Yeah, no, it's above Shang Chi And everything Shang-Chi
This
did.
was
Yeah.
this was the movie that got me really excited for that phase, because I was like, oh my God, are we going to start seeing Marvel let their directors direct and do their thing? Because Sam Raimi was all over that.
Yeah.
He got his fucking dress shoes on and he fucking directed the fuck out of this movie.
Yeah.
Because holy shit, I loved it. And I can't tell you how pissed I was whenever I walked out of this during a cruise screening, and I was just like, oh my God, that was amazing. And then like all the fucking younger kids were like, it was just mid. I was like, you shut up, you little shit. You don't know quality if it's shit on your face.
You weren't there.
Idiot.
No, I
oh
agree
my
with
God,
that.
the fight scene with Strange and with the music and all that, and just like
But
how it's so Sam Raimi. It's so Sam Raimi.
spoiler for
And
a
it's so
cameo.
good.
Yeah, spoiler for a cameo when Charles Xavier comes out. You hear that subtle, and like,
Yeah,
oh,
that's when I was like, yo.
I nutted a little. I nutted
Or
a
Reed
little.
Richards. Marvel, that's a good number 2 for me when Black Bolt blew out his own brains.
Yeah.
And yeah, like me and my roommate were like, oh fuck, like
So
screaming whenever it happened, because it's just so, you don't expect that kind of brutality in a PG-13 Marvel movie.
So I do want to take a moment. So I think you mentioned this a bit earlier, Scarlet Witch. I think we can agree. The thing
Yes.
keeping this from an S tier movie is Scarlet Witch.
Yes.
Um,
Because of the stuff that happens in WandaVision, where they want you to not be like she's doubling down and like she learned something or whatever, but then proceeds to be the bad guy in this one, and then once again not caring about other people's lives again. And it's just like, what are we doing with her? Like, why is she being so confused? It was like they either should have made her less evil in this one, or just doubled down in WandaVision on her being a bad guy.
yeah,
You couldn't do either or, though.
yeah.
And because of that, it really like kind of hurt like me caring too much for what she's going through.
Yeah. It removed any sense of empathy you have from Wanda, and some people say, "Oh, well, in the comics, she's a crazy person." I'm just like, I don't know much about the comics, but I do know in most of the comics, she's a fucking hero. So like,
Right.
I
And it's
don't.
just like, we're talking about here. You can't sit there and make it one thing and then just undo it the next iteration, or in a continuous. You can't do it in one piece of media and then not do anything with it. Like, it just doesn't make sense. Like, it's just like, yeah, maybe it is more comic accurate that we're just retcon shit, but
Right.
that's a whole other thing. But you can't sit there. It just does a disservice to her character.
And
And it kind of just like, oh God, okay, what are we doing here? Like, are we just,
it
yeah.
is an otherwise good movie. And honestly, it would have been up there this tier if Wanda was more defined, if the story was more defined, because everything else, yeah, great. Top of A tier. Yeah, no, I'm very comfortable
Yeah.
with it there. And Butch and Griffin, to address y'all real quick, the stream delay, I'm just looking at the notifications, was on my end. I had a brief internet hiccup. So that's going to be fun on the recording. But again, it was very brief. I think we only missed like less than a minute of a real ramble there. But at the end, Multiverse of Madness, very good, almost perfect. Wanda keeps it from being perfect because
Wanda.
they kind of doom her. All right, Miss Marvel. I will defend this
Did you
show.
watch it?
Yeah.
Yeah. No. I agree. I actually really like this show.
I kind of want to put
it was great because Brie loves Miss Marvel, so she got to tell me everything that was done well, except for them changing her powers, her actual powers. I won't put it in an A. I personally can't put it in an A because I think it's more of a B, very
Yeah,
high. I think it's better than Hawkeye.
yeah. I could deal with high B. I agree with that. It's
Only because it did not need to have such high stakes.
yes, I agree. Oh
I
yeah,
think it would have been just fine. It would have been great if it was just a high schooler suddenly getting crazy powers they can't control and going through high school like that, and that's her whole character thing.
I I am with Brie. It was really good till the end. Um,
Yes.
at early on, I admit I was kind of like annoyed with her actress because when her parents basically like, no, you could go to the convention. Just we want your dad to go with you, so he's because you're still young, and he even got this costume, and he made a Hulk costume. I saw that. I was like, that's fucking adorable. Like, if it were me, I would have let my dad go with me. That's fucking awesome. And her being a
Well,
teenage
yeah,
girl,
but it's
yeah,
again, it's supposed to be a high school thing, and it's like
yeah,
I feel like as an audience, it's kind of just like, oh, what the fuck, dude? You're kind of being a little shit because you're right.
yeah,
Like us as adults, that's actually fucking cute, and that's super sweet.
yeah,
And yeah, exactly, typical teenage embarrassment kind of thing.
yeah. That's
Which is
why
why
it's not a fault of the
I
show.
can understand that.
Yeah, that's not a fault of the show. They accurately portrayed what a emotional
Yeah.
teenager would do. So like that, just because I didn't like that one decision, like no, that's what she would do, and I understand why. Everything's kind of weird for her. But yeah, my personal favorite parts though were when they went to India and like her learning about herself and just her family. That's my personal favorite parts of the show.
Agreed. That was really good.
Miss
Miss
Marvel's
Marvel's an
a
A if I don't think about
uh,
the ending.
I agree, but we do have to consider the ending, and yeah, it's um I will say, in preparation for this show gave me high hopes for the Marvels, which we'll talk about later. Because by the end of this show, the one good thing about the ending is they realize like, okay, she's still a teenage girl, but she's in the MCU, she's in the superhero world, she's matured a little bit. She's has that little bit of a rough edge to her to understand when to like take things seriously, especially with the stuff in India and how seriously she took everything with her family. So it gave me a little bit of an
Yeah.
expectation for her in the Marvels, but we'll talk about that in a bit. But no, B tier, yeah. Or Love and Thunder. What is it with Thor movies, man? They're all over the fucking place. I kind of want to put this one in D tier
Do
as
I
well.
hate it as much as Thor 2?
No, I kind of want to put it in D tier, and but definitely above Eternals. Definitely above Eternals. That's where I want to place it. It was a fun movie, but
It's got way more worse going. I'm sorry. I'm going to go off. I'm going to go. Okay, I'm going to go off.
go off.
I'm going to go off because there's a lot bad in this movie and a lot of really wasted opportunity. And it just goes right down the fucking toilet. Like Taika Waititi clocked the fuck out before they filmed this movie. I don't know what the fuck he was doing. They turned Thor into a caricature of his character, turned him into an idiot for the sake, like, he already deconstructed Thor in a great way in Thor 3, and then he was like, wait, I can do it again. No, don't do it, you'll kill him. And that's character assassination. They assassinated Thor in this movie because he's so stupid, a joke of a character than what he was. He's like a totally different character at the end of at the end of this movie. He is. And so, and then on top of that, goats are funny, guys. You know the goat meme where they scream? It's funny.
It was funny
because
once.
I saw it on the internet a couple years ago.
God.
Also, like, and then the whole the only, I'll say just one good thing about this movie, and even then, it's just not. He's not in it enough. Christian Bale as Gore is
Top tier.
great,
Yeah.
and every time he was on screen, you know that meme where you see the person just like leaning back in the chair and then he leans forward? That was me every time he came up in the movie.
Yeah. I got you.
Because Oh my
Yeah.
God, Christian Bale was so underutilized in this movie, and every time Gore's on screen, he's just eating it the fuck up. And then, and then you also felt bad. It was another villain where it's just like, oh no, dude, go off, King. I'm like, obviously that's a little too extreme, but like, the villain was excellent, and it made sense because the beginning of the movie is awesome, where it goes into his backstory and how he
Yeah.
gets the sword and all that stuff is really good.
Yeah.
And then the rest of the movie happens.
Yeah. I
And then of course, and when he comes back, I will say one of the coolest set pieces for a fight is the one where they're on that moon and it's all monochromatic.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that was
fucking cool.
yeah. No, this movie isn't
I
without.
will give them that.
Yeah, this movie isn't without cool moments. And I mentioned earlier that Moon Knight is better in every way and introducing the other gods. Like think about what we knew about the gods before Moon Knight and Thor Ragnarok. We knew about the Asgard gods. We knew that outside of a few exceptions, they could be a bit rowdy. They were dignified. Like there was we could look at people and say, oh, to some degree, they are gods with responsibility. They can be warriors if need be. They carry a lot of power and a lot of just dignity in their very soul.
Yeah.
And we got Moon Knight when they did those brief scenes with like the avatars of the Greek gods. I got that very same feeling. Oh, these are people that are carrying some very important information that have something important to talk about. Like these are gods, and they are. When we see what they can do, worlds will shake. Then we get to the fucking God Oasis bullshit in Thor: Love and Thunder.
That's another waste of potential. Was fucking Russell Crowe as Zeus.
Like on one hand, he's funny, I guess. Like when I saw it, he was funny to watch, and I laughed at him. But really, when I think about it in hindsight, it's like, why? Why are the Norse gods, the gods of like battle and pillaging, why are they more dignified than the Greek by a lot?
Right.
Like that
By
feels
wrong. Yeah. Yeah.
Like, and apparently there's a deleted scene.
And like I get that it's supposed to write home about that, like a lot of these gods are kind of shitheads, and like Thor and all of them kind of had it down, and actually because being among mortals made them see otherwise.
Yeah,
but I still feel like they could have done a lot with Zeus.
Yeah,
because he went down way too easy.
Yeah. If this what it should have been is there should have been a handful of gods like because we saw with the Egyptian gods already. There should have been like major gods, like maybe throw in other pantheons. Maybe have the Jade Emperor from fucking Chinese mythology, have fucking Sun Wukong. There should be some gods, maybe from other planets, or like maybe key figures in Marvel that are dignified, that are trying to be dignified, but the vast majority of gods are there. I would have been much more interested. I think it would have been much better if the reason Zeus didn't want to interfere is because if it is a mix of his pride and whatnot. It's like, no, like if we're all here, if I just let them go about their own devices, Gore's gonna kill them, and nobody can kill the gods. We're better than everyone else. Like if there was like some mean part of the reason would be to protect the gods and not just because we're safe, whatever, have a carrot or whatever. If there was an actual like parental just a sense of nurturing, like no, I must protect my own, there was Zeus, I think it would have been I'd be much less hard on that scene, but there wasn't. Everyone was just so nonchalant, and after Moon Knight and the Thor movies, it's like they want to introduce Hercules, and I guess I got to find an actor for it. But now, thanks to that movie, it's just now impossible to take those gods and that pantheon seriously. I'm seriously more hyped about everything in the Egyptian mythos with Moon Knight than I am about Hercules. And none of this can mention the tonal whiplash that this movie gave me. Good God,
so much tonal whiplash. Yeah. Like it was more. I saw it best described as it was an SNL skit.
Yes. Yeah, no,
of a Thor movie.
that was an apt description. I don't think it was bad as Thor Dark, simply because I remember parts of Thor Ragnarok.
Right. There was still entertaining stuff about it. There's a lot of redeeming not a lot. There are some redeeming factors.
And even the bad stuff I remember, and at the end of the day, it's like I'd rather watch a movie and remember it than just waste my time. And Thor Dark World feels like kind of a waste of time, for good or for ill, mostly ill. I remember Thor Love and Thunder. Like I so in the spirit of that, it's better than Thor Dark World, but not by much. It's not as bad because I remember why it was
I'm
bad.
okay with that.
That's not what I'm saying. That's, the problem is if a movie is so boring that you forget about it later, then you just feel like you've wasted your time. But if a movie is like enjoyably bad or just like it's a very certain kind of bad, you remember things that happen, the movie has stuck with you. There is now a reason to have watched that movie.
A boring movie's worse than a bad movie.
A boring movie is worse than a bad. Yes, that
is always what I say.
Yep, that's a better way of saying what I'm trying to say. And I'm sure objectively, Thor Love and Thunder is probably worse than Dark World, but a boring movie is worse than a bad movie. So for the good stuff, I was tempted to put Thor Love and Thunder in C, but I was like, no. The bad stuff, it weighs it down too much. It's a D tier movie with some moments that are like A tier quality. Is that fair consensus?
I agree.
All right. She-Hulk, Attorney at Law. I kind of I just lock that in C. New and boring instead of bad phase out. Where do you want to put it? Because I kind of want to lock it in C.
Because I didn't hate it as much as everyone else did. It had some great stuff, and it was okay, but like,
yeah.
Oh my god, the fucking ending. The last episode was such a. I didn't think these things could jump the shark. You know?
Now in defense
but this
of the show
jumped the shark.
In defense of the show, some of the fourth wall breaking was funny, and like the Kevin Feige robot.
Okay, like yeah,
but
because like I wanted to like it.
I think the problem...
okay. Here, I like the Kevin Feige robot. I did like that whole thing. I like that whole little part. It's just like, I just wasn't in it. I didn't like that. It was like, oh, okay, let's just erase it and then just redo it all. And it's like, oh, okay. So it basically was like they were leading all this stuff up to something.
Yeah.
And then nothing happened. Like they're just like, nope, it didn't happen. We're writing it out. This is what we're doing. This is it.
Yeah.
Because I break the fourth wall, and I know that she breaks the fourth wall. I know that's one of her things. I'm not sitting there that she can't. It's just like the difference between her and Deadpool is that Deadpool is very self-aware and understanding with that, and that's okay. And then before you bring up Deadpool 2, at the end of that's different too. That's different because it's in with his character.
I'm glad you brought up Deadpool, because that's where I think why the ending bothers me so much. It's not that she broke the fourth wall, it's how she broke the fourth wall. What she did
that's what bothers me.
Like what the monologue she's doing to the audience, that's one thing. I'm for that. But her like popping out of the streaming and just like basically going to the writers, that feels like something Deadpool would do, because it's something Deadpool has done. I feel like She-Hulk is more... because she's a lawyer, because she's more, I guess, together and wants to go things more officially, she's not the one to pop out of the fourth wall and punch the writer in the face. She's going to be constantly just giving the writer a glare until he fixes the problem himself. She's not going to... She'll rarely leave her media. And I think that it should have stayed that way, you know?
Yeah. And I agree with Griffin that it was other than that, it's a fun, low stakes
Yeah.
Marvel show.
Yeah.
Otherwise, that ending like really it gave me whiplash.
Yeah.
That's how much it bothered me. That's why I would put it like there in C.
Yeah. Rare and C. I liked it.
I remember me and Bree were just like, we watched it, we're like, what the did we like
what
that?
do you think? Right there.
We were like, did we like it?
I'd say like more than Black Widow, less than Black Widow, because I'm kind of
more than Black Widow.
Right.
In my opinion.
Right under Iron Man 2.
Yeah.
That feels right.
I'll allow it. Does that feel right? Does that feel right, viewers? Wait, no. Our opinions matter. That's right.
Werewolf by Night. I just want to talk about something else. She-Hulk, I want to like the show more, but it's just
She-Hulk is I will say She-Hulk is a perfect example of why we can't have fucking healthy conversations about shows in the media anymore.
I know.
Because it all boils down to the people that hate it are just sexist, and the people that defend it are just calling the other guys sexist, and it's like, oh, I can't talk about anything without being in one or the other camp. Okay. Which is probably why it irritated me too, because a lot of it was definitely us writers are self-aware of how much you hate women, so we're going to do stuff in the show that makes it where we're self-aware about that, and it's like I just don't like it.
I guess we can't have a healthy conversation about
it. What I just say, Zefty 3-1, our opinions matter.
See, viewers here, I already banned him, fucking bot. Anyway,
I figured it was a bot.
But now, regards to like the conversation, the first episode of She-Hulk, it bothered me a little bit. Everyone's saying like women empowerment about the whole scene about like, oh, but clearly she gets angry. No one's saying she doesn't, but that whole little rant she has about like how she experiences more anger, if it was against anyone else in the MCU, she might have had a point. My problem is she was saying this to the Hulk. And this isn't a sexist thing. This is just, there is no one in the MCU who has to deal with anger more than the Hulk. That's just a bottom line fact. So her little
if she was saying it to literally anyone else, it would have worked.
Yes.
But the fact she's saying it to her cousin, the Incredible Hulk, where he's just it's funny because it kind of recontextualizes it a little bit when you kind of think of it that way, because then he's just smiling at her like, you dumb bitch, do you know who you're talking to?
Right. She just proceeds to egg him on. Captain America. I don't know. There's good things in the show. I got a few laughs out of it. I never got a great laugh out of it. I never fell in love with it. And the ending kind of
Captain America fucks.
Yeah. Personally, the beginning bothers me a little bit, but that's more personal. And the big chunk in the middle, like from episode 2 before last episode, I liked it. I love the retreat. I love all those side characters. I love the Matador and the Bull are in a gay relationship. They totally were.
Yeah, no, I loved like her friends and all that stuff.
C tier. It's an almost good show that just, if you think it's better, like at the very least, it's a divisive show.
Agreed.
And they shouldn't have been.
We could all agree it's very divisive, like most things these days.
Well, I bring it up here because I feel like this one was almost intentionally divisive.
And, it absolutely was.
And it shouldn't be. Like that kind of is a problem.
It was The Last of Us 2 of Marvel IPs.
Werewolf by Night. I am biased as fuck because I love monster
Wherever you
movies.
put it, I'll agree.
Yeah, I'm trying to remove bias because this was, it still is, a great short. It's only 30 minutes long. If you haven't seen it yet, we're approaching Halloween.
It's fun.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. We're fast approaching spooky season. Great watch for Halloween.
It is a fun and unique and very lovingly crafted little short,
yeah.
and I appreciated every aspect of it.
Oh, you haven't heard of this? Yeah, no, yeah. Look at Werewolf by Night on Disney Plus. I won't spoil. There's a character revealed in it. I'm not gonna say who he is. You know what? Saying the name doesn't reveal who the character is. But Ted is the best damn character in this series. And once you see who
Yeah.
Ted is, you're like, dude, I fucking love Ted. But like Ted and everything elevates it to just.
And also watch the black and white version. They did upload. They
Yeah.
did apparently uploaded the color version, but if you really want
No,
that
no. It's
awesome 50s horror,
yeah. This is meant to be watched
feel,
in black and
you
white.
have to watch it. It was made with that in mind.
I for that alone, I am so impressed by it. It's not S tier because like I have a few nitpicks, and I'd feel weird putting this in S tier because and for the same reason, I'm not gonna put personally, I'm not gonna put the Guardians Holiday Special in S tier. These are only 30-minute specials. They just have surprising impacts on the series as a whole, and by default, there's so many shorts and specials Marvel has done that most fans agree are better than some of their movies. Like the Hail to the King short for Mandarin is amazing. It's awesome. But
I didn't know that.
yeah, like, so they could do a little short thing, be fine. This was very much just 30 minutes. We're gonna tell you a little werewolf story and some hunters and Ted and just have a fun time. And it left. It told a very snappy story, but it never tried to
Wrapped
be.
up.
Yeah, it never tried to be more than it is. I think it sits very comfortably. I liked it. I would say right below, like right below Multiverse of Madness in the A tier. It's a very good. Like,
No, I'd agree with that.
and if you haven't watched it yet, Halloween is October is the perfect time. It's on Disney Plus. If you're excited to see what Michael Giacchino could do remake of them, absolutely. Oh God! All
Because
right.
he's been wanting to do he's wanted to direct movies for a while now. Because usually he's always been the music guy.
I mean, this is another long one. Yeah. The uh, this is the one. Wakanda, Black Panther, Wakanda Forever.
Okay, so while I had a fairly negative bias towards the first one, and I've only watched the first half of this movie, I was actually really enjoying it. And it looked like I was kind of enjoying it more than the first Black Panther, but I can't give a full opinion on it because I didn't get a chance to finish it.
All right. I'm willing to put this above the first Panther, even though I said I personally like the first one more. But I do have a negative bias, and it relates to my stuff with Hawkeye. I think that Marvel should have done their own thing with certain characters. I do not think Shuri should have been the next any capacity. I
Understandable.
I do not know that given certain real life events, they were kind of caught between a rock and a hard place.
And I think they did a great job honoring
absolutely
because that actually was a very emotional first 20 minutes of that movie with him, or them honoring him. Patrick Patrick Boseman. What the fuck? I'm thinking of Patrick Bateman. Jesus Christ.
Patrick Boseman.
Chadwick Boseman.
Yes.
In his death. I think they did a great job with that. And then I liked what was kind of coming up because I love that beginning ship scene.
Yeah.
When Namor's people started attacking that was actually fucking haunting. Like the score and the fucking agents being one by one getting knocked off the boat and shit. That was a really well done scene.
Oh.
And I was fucking into it.
I agree.
But again, that's about as much as I watched.
So
I can't say too much.
Where it loses me, it's honestly I have a bias against the acting, against certain casting rules. Um, Riri Williams is to me a big kind of awkward negative spot in this movie. Riri Williams is of course going to be
The one that plays
Ironheart.
Shuri.
Do what? No, Riri Williams
Oh,
is
oh, my bad. Okay, okay, okay.
Ironheart.
So I was gonna say the girl that plays Shuri is an anti-vaxxer and shit like that. That's why I
Oh,
have a bit of a negative bias to her.
oh yeah. Oh, I didn't know that, but no, that's but when going into this movie, there was that whole big question: who's going to be Black Panther? And to the marketing, for the give credit where credit is due. For the most part, the marketing made it vague. Obvious things they threw out there, but
uh,
I I was trying to think of who should reasonably do this. I think there was a way for Shuri to be the Black Panther, but if she was going to be the Black Panther, it it was up to this movie to explain to me why does this person is this person. I don't think the movie fully did that. It's almost like it's building off of knowledge that the audience doesn't know when it gets because there is a pivotal scene later, like about how uh Shuri acts and what she believes and everything, like because she does end up taking the synthetic flower because I know that's talked about early on, and I'm not going to
okay.
say who she encounters in her little vision because that is the kind of a oh, okay moment. But when their conversation, it really illustrates like where her mindset is. And at the time, I liked it, but when I sat and thought about it, it's just like it never came up in Endgame or Black Panther, any of this. Like even earlier in the movie, the only thing was we really knew about Shuri is that she's an out of nowhere scientist in Wakanda. She is part of the royal family, and there's even a passing line in Black Panther that she doesn't want to do that stuff. Like, no, no, I you do this, I do science. And when we see her fight, she fights with pulse rifles or like little pulse
Yeah.
hand things. So knowing that, my thought was, if they're gonna have an Ironheart and Wakanda's now doing stuff out in the open, let Shuri do it. Like, I think there's two prime candidates for that superhero between Shuri and of course,
Yeah. Okay. So agreed. Okay. That makes so much fucking sense. Like I'm putting it together now with what you're trying to say. Is like Shuri should have been Ironheart
yeah, and Black
because
Panther.
she was the techie person.
Yeah, she was the techie person. The what we didn't know a lot about Shuri going into this, but what little we did know about her led her to me think, no, she's more fitting for an Ironheart than a Black Panther. So it's up to this movie to really bring home why she's a Black Panther, and it didn't quite do that. And then it introduced Riri Williams, and like, sure, the scenes were funny, but she was just kind of
I'm
there.
already thinking of how this would have gone down because I was under the impression that the whole movie was going to be like, since the flower got destroyed and all that stuff, in the first Black Panther movie that makes you the Black Panther,
Mhm.
um that this whole movie was going to be about Wakanda and its people, and that I mean, I guess it would be retreading the whole Thor Ragnarok thing where it's like, oh, Black Panther isn't a being, it's people that it protects, or something like that.
Yeah,
And I guess it would have been derivative of Thor Ragnarok with that whole thing where Asgard is its people kind of thing.
yeah,
But I feel like it would have been a lot more impactful. And then it would have been one of those things where it's like, yeah, we did synthesize it and you could become the next Black Panther.
yeah.
But she maybe ultimately rejects it and then becomes Ironheart instead because she knows that's not her thing and all that. And like now I'm realizing, like, oh, fuck, why didn't y'all do something like that, you dickheads? Because it's
Right.
better than what we would have gotten.
Like, let's say, like, what
Ah.
we got was ultimately fine, I guess. It wasn't that bad, but like everything else seemed to be going in a different direction, and this movie felt like a pivot towards potentially what they viewed as safer option. Because I think a better choice for Black Panther would have been the basically the T'Challa's love interest, that rebel lady, who we found out gave
Yeah.
birth to T'Challa's son. Like
Oh,
we saw her kick ass. Like why can't she be Black Panther? She's married into the royal family. Stream disconnected and it's back. Okay, and we're back. Yeah, yeah, that's gonna be
a
fun.
dinosaur story. What?
It's. I think this happens after the gone, so we are gonna have to wrap up soon. But now, Wakanda Forever, it was good, but it's like not as frustratingly. It's obvious that it could have been better. Like at least from my perspective, I would personally put it in C tier, but at the top of C tier above Ant-Man and the Wasp. What do you think?
I'll go with whatever you, because I don't have a proper opinion on it until I watch the rest of it.
Like some of the stuff like I think the best scene in the movie happens at the like during the last attacks, but ultimately their it's the problem isn't the movie. The problem is how it connects. And there's one little scene, there's one very minor scene at the very end that bugs me. And do you mind if I spoil a very minor thing?
You know, go for it.
Okay. At the very end, we do find out that the lady, and I kind of spoil this, she does have a son. She gave birth. And so, and as far as in universe, T'Challa's legacy will continue, and that gives Shuri a bit of closure. That moment, I think, is wonderful. I think that part is just a wonderful moment. Where the nitpicky part, like she says, like his name is like this gives her a very African name. I don't know how else to say it. It's a very nice name. People have said there's some actual meaning to it. That's great. But after that, he just says, but he is also known as T'Challa. And like, why does he have two names?
Why are you giving him two names?
That feels so fucking pointless. It bugs me. It, no, it and it's just one of those. That scene to me encapsulates the whole movie in a nutshell. It's like you have something here, but like how you're trying to connect it in just a weird way. It's just, I don't know. Yeah. Anyway,
I get it. I get it.
and all right, Guardians of the Galaxy Holiday Special.
I didn't watch it.
I kind of want to put it B.
I actually found out not too long ago that I was like, oh wait, this is actually like actually canonical, and this was actually the end of that phase.
Yeah, it is. It's canonical at the end of that phase because it shows exactly what the. Don't hate me for this. I know people love this. I love this, but it's a B tier special. I.
It's like every other holiday special except Star Wars, because that one's always below F.
Yeah, right up here with the Miss Marvel and I. Yeah, it's fun. Get to see Kevin Bacon. But at the end of the day, it's just kind of. Well, that was fun. Moving on. It didn't have quite just the punch that Werewolf by Night had to me.
I see.
Like it just there was a few funny scenes with Drax and Mantis acting weird. I guess I don't know. There's not a whole lot to say. If you like Christmas movies, you'll like it. But everyone except Pratt did a fine job. He phoned it the fuck in. Oh yeah. Chris Pratt was he was thinking about Mario the whole time. Yeah. All right. Now for I want to defend this movie, but I acknowledge the stinker. Quantumania.
Okay, so
Go off.
I like this movie a bit more than I thought I would, but I do recognize a lot of issues with it as well. I would actually put this in C tier.
C tier.
Because I actually did not hate this movie all that much. I was just like, okay.
You know what? I immediately agree.
And I liked it a bit more too because me and Bree love the fucking show I think you should leave. And one of our favorite skits is the guy at the car meeting talking about, you know, what that you should have a wheel that doesn't fly off while you're driving. And he shows up out of fucking nowhere as the guy that owns the restaurant that Ant-Man goes into. And it's so fucking funny. I was like, I think it's a
Yeah.
guy. And so we lost our shit at that. But I also like didn't think it was that bad. I actually enjoyed it a little bit more than I thought, even though it's going through a lot of plot threads really quickly, all over the place.
Yeah.
Also, it's weird they recasted his daughter for a different actress entirely. That was more bankable because she was Catherine Newton starting to get big.
Yeah.
But I think Jonathan Majors is great as Kang, and it's very unfortunate he's kind of a piece of shit.
Oh,
because
yeah.
it really kind of gave way to how, because Kang is super intimidating in this movie, but that also kind of fucks it up. And this is what I was going back to, saying how Kang is extremely intimidating. He's a very scary villain. Watching him just literally just dust dudes, just looking at them with his powers and all that stuff was crazy.
And
The
going
thing
into
is that he's fighting Ant-Man,
yeah,
and Ant-Man wins.
and I
And
think
this is supposed to be one of the more deadlier variants of Kang. How are we supposed to take Kang a little seriously if this is like a higher tier? I would have been more engrossed with it if we'll spoil it, the ending of what happens, where Scott should have lost. Like he should have
I
he
agree.
should have even though he won, he should have lost. And I think that would have upped the stakes a bit, where he's actually trapped in the quantum realm now
Yeah, I 100%
instead
agree
of
with
that,
that. It
because it really lessens the blow of how dangerous Kang is.
yes,
That Ant-Man, a lower tier Avenger, can beat one of the higher tier variants of Kang.
and
And that's really my biggest gripe with that movie entirely. Otherwise, I think it was a very entertaining one. I think MODOK was fucking funny,
fucking
even though it's
MODOK.
kind of dumb. But oh my god, like everyone was like, "Oh, why does it look so bad?" I'm like, "It's fucking MODOK. How do you want him to look? The fuck? He's gonna look stupid no matter what."
So, in defense of that, I haven't played the Avengers game, but I have seen clips of what MODOK looks like in that one. There is a way to do MODOK in a very intimidating way, but the problem is the angle they were going for, there was no way. The whole reason MODOK seemed to be intimidating in the game is because of the buildup and because he is born of Earth and everything he has is like earthling technology just getting to the next step, and he's trying to surpass everyone around him. And he doesn't care what he looks like, he doesn't care how people perceive. And but this is not that. This is kind of a douche. Oh man, like it's a funny it was a funny MODOK, but we got Patton Oswalt for that. Oh, what? Oh, Kitty dropped out. Oh, Kitty didn't want to hear my opinions anymore. I am sad. His internet died. No. I will keep the stream on for a bit. I just said fix it low. Call it audible. Like so Quantumania, Kitty get in check, get in check, Kitty. Quantumania, we comfortably agree at C. I want you here at least for MCU. Guardian. Let me see. All right. Quick. What are your thoughts on Guardians 3 Secret Invasion and the Marvels. Hopefully he'll get back. He did one. I'm gonna jump ahead a little bit because he did tell me beforehand he has not seen this. Echo. I'm gonna do the one that I could do without it, that I know while we give him a little bit of time. I did not expect anything from Echo. I didn't know what to expect from Echo. I thought it was weird they were doing a show about Echo. I gave it a fair shake, no expectations. What I got was a very decent show. I can't say it's for everybody. It's not the best Marvel has ever thrown out. There are some really fun scenes in the roller rink, but it's very close to home, very safe. I would put this at the new. It's very passable, but it's like top of A tier. Yeah, C tier. C tier. It's good. It's all right. I was expecting nothing. I got just a little bit better. Just a little bit better than that. The only thing keeping me from a B is the outfit at the end, and some of it feels a little too. Could have explained the superheroes more or superpowers a bit more. Tied it in with a bit better. Where'd my avatar go? Oh. Three is above two. Okay. Oh, I have a. Oh, that's right. I'm the only one to call. There we go. So he's telling me Guardians is above two. I kind of. Oh, wait. Are we back?
I think we're back. Yes.
Okay.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry.
No, you're good. Okay, I jumped ahead a little bit while we're waiting for you. I rated Echo as a upper C. I didn't enjoy it as much as Wakanda Forever and Quantumania. I was expecting nothing. I got a little better. It's an alright show. So I jumped ahead of that.
Okay.
But because I knew you said before you hadn't seen it. Now,
No, I have not.
Guardians 3. Kind of agree with you.
Yeah, it's above two for sure, and it's such a great send off for James Gunn and all those characters.
I would
fucking
personally
love Guardians 3. I don't think I
would nestle
gotten so emotional over a movie like that.
I'm trying to think of where I would nestle it. I'm trying to think if I like it more than Thor Ragnarok.
I
kind of do.
I think I would.
You know what? I want to do this.
I think it's above Avengers.
You know what? I want to do this. Avengers. The more I'm looking at, it doesn't feel right. That feels more right. Where it's like our ranking of S tier is just Infinity War, Endgame, Far From Home, Loki, What If, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, Thor Ragnarok, Avengers, Captain America Winter Soldier, Civil War, Guardians Volume 2. That feels better. You think?
That's hot.
That's because no, like for the emotional moments alone, Guardians 3 floored me. Oh my god.
Yeah. It got rough at a lot of stuff. Like, you were talking about how like Falcon and the Winter Soldier touches on a lot of really dark stuff, but holy shit, Guardians 3 was it's really mean-spirited with a lot of stuff, which is how bad, because that's the other thing I like too, is the villain unapologetically bad. You fucking hate this guy.
Yeah.
He's a piece of shit, and you cannot wait for him to get his comeuppance, and he very much does.
Like amongst all the villains in the MCU, my coworker thinks I'm kind of like, he doesn't quite see where I'm coming from with this, but while this villain is not the strongest in the MCU by far, never before in the MCU has the audience felt an urgency to like, this guy needs to fucking die as quickly as this guy.
Yeah, like he needs to go.
You said everything would
And
be
it was
fine.
just, yeah.
Like, oh, it. I might have to marathon these 3 movies just at downtime this week again. Now I'm thinking about it. Damn,
Hell
these were
yeah.
good. Damn, they really did just get better over time, didn't they?
They did. They kind of brought it back a little bit. Hopefully they'll keep it up.
All right, not much to know. Fucking go. I don't have a lot of. Now we got. Let's get 2 stinkers out of the way. Secret Invasion. Have you seen him?
No.
All right.
No.
All right.
Especially after the whole AI art that they used for it too.
All right. So I understand. I the I think using AI was tasteless. I do. But if you were
I
going
do get the idea though.
yeah, on a for a purely conceptual standpoint, I understand why AI art was used specifically for the opening of this and nowhere else in the MC. Because the whole point of Secret Invasion is you don't know who you trust, everything looks a bit off. And that's what AI art was known for. I do whether that was the intent or not, that's the effect they got through. So I think, yeah, doing AI art was a bit of a shitty thing to do, but it was at least
And that
somewhat
wasn't the only
appropriate.
reason to be fair.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Also, the show just really wasn't that good.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's I was good. Oh yeah, like the AI art thing is just kind of whatever in my mind. It was a shitty thing to do, but it fit the show, so kind of neutral in that. The show was kind of dumb. Yeah, there's no. It's uh, for its high points because there are times where it is smart for all of the suit. I agree with Griffin. This should have been Captain Marvel 2. The Captain Marvel 2 should have been this leading up to a fight between Captain Marvel and a Super Screw.
Yeah,
Like,
because I saw how bad that Super Scroll fight was at the end.
oh god, it was, dude. Fan Four Stick had better.
Yeah, I did.
Like it fumbled at very key points. I kind of, yeah. The more I'm thinking about it, it's like I want to like the show more because I want to give certain things a pass, but no, it does some intrigue well, but it's a D tier show. I God, better than Eternals, but not by much. It just feel it also
waste Sam Jackson like that, you know?
yeah, it like everything they do like it.
Oh,
There's no clean place to put this.
that's another one. If we can talk about spoilers, how they did what's her name dirty
Who?
by killing her off, like in like the first episode. The How I Met Your Mother.
Oh,
What's her name?
oh
She's been there.
yeah. Oh no, yeah, no. Fuck them for doing that.
They killed her off. And I'm like, are you shitting me? She's like a really important character,
Yeah,
like in the comics and all that stuff. This would have been her
killing her
moment
off.
to shine.
Killing her off here feels like killing her off on screen. Or killing her off screen. Yeah.
Off screen, yeah. I forgot what her name was, but I remember like she was like, because she's Nick Fury's right hand woman. And yeah, I saw that they killed her off like in the first episode.
Yeah. It's like
Thank you, Maria Hill.
Maria Hill, yeah. It's just any good ideas in this show. I don't want to stay out here saying there's nothing bad. There's so bad. There's good things in it, but you'll probably end up like liking one episode or two, but the rest it's a slog. This was a slog to get through.
Oh, we got to talk about another one. Rhodey.
Oh God, yeah.
I feel like we have to talk about some of the spoilery stuff.
We do.
That got thrown at me.
We do have to talk about spoilers for this. If you don't want to hear the spoilers for this, just You for a second. I will announce in the text chat when we're going to come back with no spoilers, or just and I'll put a time code when I put this on YouTube. Yeah,
Yeah.
Rhodey was a scroll.
Since when?
God, you tell him it's so stupid.
Since Civil War.
Oh! Thank you for retroactively lessening the impact of more than half of the fucking MCU. You stupid fucking show. Oh, God damn it.
And correct me if I'm wrong. Don't scrolls have like regenerative abilities?
Yeah.
Bro was faking being
He was faking being crippled for that handicap spot.
that son of a bitch.
God damn it.
And that makes this the scene at the end of Endgame for Tony's funeral make no fucking sense.
Yes. Like I said, retroactively, it makes so many more very powerful scenes very confused. Like, what it should have been is he should have been a scroll since after Civil War. No, not
Yeah.
after Civil War. After that's what they did. Fuck, what am I thinking of? He came back briefly for something else. Fuck. It should have been around the events of Spider-Man Far From Home.
Yes. It just fucks up a lot of continuity bullshit.
Yeah.
It's stupid. There was like no thought put into it.
Yeah. Actually, you know what it should have been? It should have been like right after No Way Home during the events of all the shows as the scrolls slowly integrate, and they could have just blended right in, because then just like what's going to stop them? There's suddenly an influx of population. Just give them a fucking name. They can't keep track of everything.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like it should have just been there, and at some point during the mix with Roy trying to figure that out, just get caught up in it. That would have been fine. No harm at all. Ugh. Just trying like, isn't this intriguing? Isn't this cool? No.
Isn't it cool? No, it's stupid because I can think.
Dumb show. Followed by a dumb movie that I do like more.
Again, I never watched it.
So after Miss Marvel, my expectation for this movie was like I knew that Kamala was going to fangirl over Captain Marvel. That's kind of her whole thing, but that happened. And before I just go off on the stupid, the entire first third of this movie I think is great. Like that whole like how they meet together, like why they're grouped up, that whole like sequence where they're kind of teleporting around and fighting, and like they're confused about what's going. But then, thank you for announcing in chat. I forgot.
No, I got you, bud.
I think that's all well done. Great. I loved the choreography. I loved how the actors portrayed everything, because this isn't just Captain Marvel. It's Captain Marvel, Miss Marvel, and what's her face from WandaVision?
LaRue?
Yeah, something like that. I do not remember her name. But
she's awesome too.
She absolutely is. And she does great in this movie. Like she's kind of like the confused big sister to the other two's confusing bullshit. like there's several little scenes in this movie that I think are so dumb. They're kind of charming. I give them a pass for the same reason I give like being aggravated by Miss Marvel in like the first two episodes a pass. Like, yeah, she's cringy, but like that's who she is. Like, there's an emotional moment that Captain Marvel divulges some information about what's going on, and Kamala doesn't know how to really. I just realized at one point I think I called her Kamala Harris. It's Kamala Khan. Good fucking god.
You did?
Yeah.
Monica Rambeau, thank you.
Monica Rambeau, aka Photon. Yeah. But at one point, there's like a really awkward scene on a ship, and Captain Marvel, she kind of divulges some stuff. Kamala Khan doesn't know how to react to that, and she just kind of like waddles forward awkwardly and hugs Captain Marvel when she very clearly did not want to be hugged, and Marvel's like, "What the fuck is this?" And looks over at Monica. And Monica's like, "Let's roll with it." Like that, the little scenes like that are in the movie, and the three of them interact well, and that key ingredient is definitely keeping it above a D tier for me. But man, the problem is if you thought Kamala Khan was immature in Miss Marvel, holy fuck, oh my god, I wanted to punch her in the face.
Damn.
Oh my, I
Okay.
hated her in this movie. I can't. Ah, like, oh my god, I was thinking, oh, she'll still be an awkward teen. There'll be a few scenes here and there, but she's a little more mature. Good. She fangirls awkwardly the whole fucking time, and
And I appreciate it, Griffin.
yes, thank you for checking our facts. And there's so many little stupid, stupid things that make no sense in the plot. And if I have to go to every decision a character makes, if my initial reaction to a character making a certain decision to go somewhere or do something, if my first reaction is, okay, but why though?
I'm Last Jedi.
Yeah, like Kamala Khan 2024. Yeah, too many times in this movie, I was asking, okay, but why though? Like, why are you doing? What possible reason do you have for doing this? Okay, what possible reason do you have? Why can't? Like these like people just do things for the sake of doing things. This movie exists for the sake of existing, and it's just I cannot sanction this movie's buffoonery. Isn't that what, like, Tommy Lee Jones said about fucking Jim Carrey at one point during Batman? Like, I cannot sanction.
Yeah,
your
during
buffoonery.
Batman, I cannot sanction this.
Yeah, I cannot sanction this movie's buffoonery. It's a creative movie. There's really creative parts to it, but just it's wrapped in a very unappealing, very confusing package. I, I God, the ending scene. Like, one of the good parts about it is it's kind of a spoiler for Captain Marvel, but where she kind of blows up an empire, and it's because she found out they were using her. And
Based.
yeah, and in the Marvels, we're kind of seeing the after effect of that, where they kind of view her as this, even though the people who wronged her they wronged her, they were bad. They were basically the people, like, in the government and the military of that world when you get down to the nitty gritty. Once they basically blew up the one thing keeping the plan together and kill our officials, everyone else who was there, they did not see her as any sort of hero. They were like,
oh shit.
Yeah, it's like that actually makes a lot of fucking sense. And while she goes to the stars, while we don't see her adventures, she kind of spills that every time I think I'm doing something right, someone comes to me about how I fucked up another planet, or how I screwed up this race of people, how this race is now extinct, and I have to, and like, there's just like the weight of so much, you can feel it on her. Like, she does great acting in the Marvels. Like, there are moments where, like, okay, like, this is better, like, but it's so undercut by just a weak ass villain. Cool idea, weak ass villain. And
because I was gonna ask how the villain was.
and at the end, like, the whole thing they could use to fix everything, like, there is a out to fix everything of Captain Marvel sacrificing herself. Because basically what the enemy is doing is they are combining. They have Ronan the Destroyer's hammer, or Ronan the Acute, whatever his fucking moniker was, and
Yeah.
they have the Kamala's other bracelet, because apparently that's like two halves of like this big cosmic whole.
Okay.
And they're basically using it to just remove shit and add shit as they please. They're basically siphoning stuff from planet to planet to bring their planet to a paradise again and dooming everything else.
Okay.
They are committing planetary eco-terrorism.
Uh-huh.
And the problem that they're doing is, in order to do what they do, the portals they have to use, it is explained that they're basically breaking apart their timeline and multiverse bullshit at the seams by just using otherworldly power, using powers outside of our universe to move stuff within our universe. And eventually those powers are abused and abused and abused, and it actually makes a tear into another something. Could be another universe, they don't know. They have to close it, they have to do it from the other side.
Okay.
The whole and Carol Danvers, she's like, listen, I have you need, like, she basically spills her guts to the villain and says, like, because the villain wants one thing, wants Carol Danvers dead.
Uh-huh.
And she wants two things: her plan to be back to normal, and wants Carol Danvers' person who destroyed it to be gone, and then they'll be happy. She's about to get both of those in one fell fucking swoop. Carol Danvers like, listen, like, I need to take one of these bracelets to the other side of it. I need to take your bracelet to the other side of this, which would prevent the villain from ever doing this again, so they can't undo the damage they've done. And like, I have wronged so many people. I need to make this sacrifice to at least feel like I've done something right. I need to do that. And that's why I'm thinking, damn, Carol might actually be gone. She might be gone to another fuck off universe, only to come back in Secret War. Great way to write her off. And then the villain, for some fucking reason, it's like, nah, and then just attacks Captain Marvel. But why though? You're literally about to get everything you want. Like, that's this whole movie.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. What? Why would?
Like, yeah, that's this whole movie. Like, there's so many things where I'm just like, but why?
Basically, just people doing stupid things to push along the plot.
Yes.
So my favorite part of the later seasons of The Walking Dead, my favorite.
I'm gonna be nice, and I'm gonna put. I liked it more than Thor: Love and Thunder. Absolutely, there's good things in it. I love for the sake of the opening fights. I think right here, nestled between Iron Man 2 and She-Hulk. That feels right to me. It's a C tier movie. It's fun, but God, it actually, it has the you know how the Flash's problem is that it's a bad movie with really frustratingly like good moments?
Yes.
This is the exact opposite. This is a good movie with really frustratingly bad moments.
I see.
And because of that, I'm
gonna have to watch it.
Yeah, for the opening part a lot, it's worth a watch. But like, but all right.
Oh my God, you remember the bad guy's name in Dark World?
Oh yeah, that was honestly, when you said Malekith, I thought you were honestly talking about like something from Guardians of the. That's how little that.
I was gonna say, I thought it was the bad guy from Hellboy 2.
Yeah. All right, now the moment we've all been waiting for. It's called autism. You're right. But now,
sorry, I just looked over and saw what you said. Oh Jesus!
Thank you, Griffin, for that.
Thank you, Griffin.
All right. Now for our subsequent review and rating of Deadpool Wolverine.
F. Fucking hated it.
How dare
Garbage
you?
movie. No, I'm kidding.
We know where
Um,
this is going. I don't want to stream you. It's an S tier fucking movie. It
it is.
absolutely is. I would put it above No Way Home personally,
Okay.
but it's close. It's flawed. If you wanted to swap No Way Home and Deadpool and Wolverine, I don't think I'd have a problem with that. What do you think?
Because, like, there's also the recency bias, right?
There is. You know what? Yeah. You know, taking the kind of
And
recency
I
bias.
like what Griffin said. It was like, you want to give it an S so badly.
Yeah.
But, like, I do kind of want to put it up there because it's like, because the movie. So here's my thing. And it's like, No Way Home and Deadpool and Wolverine hinge on the fact that you know prior castings, you keep an eye on all that stuff. Like there's this whole meta thing about it.
Yep.
And if you don't know it, it's not gonna hit you as hard. But as people who have seen it, I can understand why, because Deadpool and Wolverine does a lot of stuff right. But if without any of that stuff, it is a very bare bones movie in terms of story.
You know what? For
And I
this,
think it's in story wise, it's a step down from Deadpool 2.
for the sake of fairness, I'll put it at the bottom of it because y'all are
Okay.
right. Yeah. It.
But like, it's still a good fucking time. And
Oh
it's such
yeah.
a great send off for all of Fox Marvel.
It does what a lot of these A
For
tier.
better
Yeah.
or for worse.
It does
Like,
what a.
it's got a lot of heart in terms of like, it knows where it came from.
Mm-hmm.
While also being like really funny meta about it and all that stuff.
It does a lot of these A tier and S tier movies. What they do, where yeah, it's not a perfect film, but what it does right, it does very right. And I think some people are rating it low because they were expecting not necessarily a Fox send off or so many Fox things. They were expecting Deadpool's now part of the MCU, fucking go nuts, and they were expecting MCU. I'm gonna be
No,
honest.
yeah.
That would have been weirder. I feel like that would have been a bad move.
I wouldn't have liked it.
Yeah, because we would have basically that it would have felt like an almost unintentional rehash of both Multiverse of Madness and No Way Home at the same time.
Yeah.
Like this is the in a good in a fun way. I kind of like that that Deadpool didn't really interact with any of the main Marvel characters. We just know that he can whenever he wants. And I think that's a perfect place to put.
Why was Thor crying though?
Dude. All right. Brief spoiler. Like, we're talking about spoilers. I know spoilers come out all the fucking time for recent movies. I swear, for this movie in particular, I see like I'm not even looking for it. I more often for this movie than any other movie I've seen in recent times have I seen fucking Facebook clips of spoilers for this damn movie.
Oh, that's why I'm so glad I watched it as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Because there was no way if I waited, I would have gotten so much of that shit.
Yeah.
Spoiled for me.
Like,
and I would have been pissed because, like, boy, let me tell you, when it got way halfway through that movie and the 3 people showed up, let me tell you, the noise I let out was not human.
Dude, there were several times like that ending scene where Hugh Jackman, man, making me. I ain't gay, but like Hugh Jackman, man.
He's a huge jacked man.
He's a huge jacked man. Because also, I know the writing wasn't top notch, but the acting. Hugh Jackman came to fucking play in this movie.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh my god.
Because I was gonna say that. I thought so in the trailers it looked like he might have just phoned it in. I was a little worried about that because I was like, oh, he just wants that fucking Disney paycheck. Nah, that scene in the car where he goes off on him is fucking perfection. Mwah.
Yeah.
Mwah. No one has ever shut up Wade like he did.
Yeah. No one
like
ever
even
will.
I was just like, have you ever like watched someone get torn into and you're just like, oh fuck, like you kind of wince at it. That's how I
Yeah.
felt.
Yeah. Don't worry. Like I'm gonna avoid like spoilers for this. Like I'm not. I will not spoil any of the cameos. That needs to be experienced. Even if you
Absolutely.
already know. In fact, like what even the last conflict is, I'm not even gonna. Even though it doesn't feel as big as some people would want, like it's Deadpool. What do you?
Like what happened with Butch?
I do agree the writing is a bit stiff, and like from a film, it's kind of like comparing Endgame and Infinity War. That yeah, Deadpool 2, objectively a better movie, but damn it, this one, it's just about like what you prefer to see. Like
I think no, I agree. Like it's like this was definitely like, yeah, you're introducing him into the MCU, but also like saying goodbye to the Fox version of these,
dude,
and show that you know they're going to be in that he's going to be in, you know, the Secret Wars and
they get away
all
with
that stuff.
so many jokes at Fox's expense. Even I was like, I know they own them, but
And at
damn,
Disney's defense,
it's like I know
I
they
love
own
the Fox
Fox,
ones
but
though.
like, damn, are they allowed to do this? Fuck, damn, need something for that
Welcome to the
bird.
MCU.
Yeah.
You're joining at a low point.
Oh, do what?
Oh, it was a line where he's like, "Hey, welcome to the MCU. By the way, you're joining at a low point."
Oh yeah, God, no, it's definitely worth a watch. All right, without going into spoilers, it's not much.
90.
You're hell, you're God. So with recency bias, S tier movie. With more time to process it and maybe see it again with more objectable eyes, I could see myself putting this as an A tier movie that I would just rewatch a lot. Like
At least.
that, like I at minimum, I view this in the same way as something like Werewolf by Night and like Captain America and Iron Man. Like, yeah, no, this is something that not perfect, but I would watch over and over again. So S tier for now, might go down to A tier with a bit within time. I think that's it is if you can see it in theaters, absolutely do.
It
Absolutely.
makes it makes the fucking fight scenes whenever the fucking music drops that much better if you watch it in like one of the
Oh.
in a theater and all that stuff. But I mean, I just if you can just watch it.
So we've been going on for a while, like a long while.
Yeah.
Um
We
uh
knew it was gonna go for a while.
we
That's why I was
did.
like, we should probably do it a little earlier.
We did. We did. Um the last thing I want to talk, I'm going to switch over this now. The last thing before we get on to our almighty wheel, because we are doing the wheel today.
We really are.
We really are. Uh, just a brief. We already talked a little bit about the news about Doomsday. No, don't need to go into detail, but just general excitement. I'm just gonna list off like upcoming Marvel stuff. Like give me like a 1 to 10. How excited are you personally for? Agatha all along?
It's 2.
Yeah, like a 3 or 4. But that's
I'm probably
only
not even gonna watch it
like it's
when it first comes out. I'll wait until see.
I'm
I'll wait
only
to see.
I'm only a 3 just because I saw the actress who plays Kitty from 70 show as a witch, and I'm like, well, that could be fun, but that's about it. Um,
Yeah.
there's a show in the works called Eyes of Wakanda, which
Hey, when is Eyes of Wakanda coming out?
we don't have a date for it. Yeah, it's undated.
Hey Griffin, do you know when Eyes of Wakanda is coming out?
From what I've seen, we don't have a date for it, but it's basically just going to be like what probably you wanted.
I'm doing the when is Black Panther coming out?
Oh my God, you're right. Hey Trey,
I'm doing a
dude. Hey Trey, is Eyes of Wakanda out yet? Griffin?
We have to add him. Is Wakanda out yet?
Griffin? I'm typing it in right now. Arming the missile. I didn't even register that until like, oh, you're right. And I warned you at the beginning of this. If you weren't prepared, on you. But no, I Wakanda. Knowing what it is. I don't. There's no about what it's coming out, but knowing what it is, just about basically just agents of Wakanda recovering adamantium, possibly an actual look at Wakandan culture, based off of very little, solid 6 or 7 for me. Yeah, yeah. I'm semi interested till I see a trailer. What about you?
I'll see what when once more of it comes out.
All right. Oh, here we go. Things in order. Here we go. That's what I want. Things releasing in order. Like I said, that article I found. That's an undated. So yeah, act all along. We already got one. Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man seems to be coming out in 2024. I'm just there with Eyes of Wakanda. Give me a trailer. I'm interested in anything Spider-Man they've done so far because they've done good. But it's like I'm gonna say a 5 because it is also following No Way Home. So Far From Home. God, I can't get their naming schemes right. What?
Far From No Way Home.
Yeah.
They had to put home on everything.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but they had to.
Yeah, like Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man's a 5 for me. What about you?
If it's gonna be animated like X-Men '97, where but it looks like it's keeping that '60s art style they had, I think I'll watch it. That's a good 8 in my book.
Good 8. Yeah. I'm a 5 until I get a trailer. Just because there's a lot of unknowns. Captain America: Brave New World.
I'm about it.
Yeah,
I'm at an 8 for that one too.
same. I'm 8 for that. Like I said, Sam Wilson, good Captain America, and this seems to be that same tone of what I loved about like Civil War and Captain America: Winter Soldier. That's that more down to earth,
very grounded.
Yeah, I'm definitely down to give it a solid 8. Down to give this a chance.
I wish it was still called New World Order, but
yeah,
I'm okay with Brave New World.
World solid 8 in excitement. Well, Daredevil Born Again.
Oh, I'm 9.
I haven't
Especially after I found out that they stopped it and redid the script for it again to make it more in tone with the original instead of just shitting something out. I'm pretty excited.
And
they're bringing everyone back.
Yep. And there's rumors that also Spider-Man will cameo in this. I know little about it, but after seeing what I've seen with Echo and Kingpin, with Daredevil and She-Hulk, and I haven't seen the Daredevil show, but based off what little I've seen, solid 7. I'm fairly excited to give this a shot because I haven't seen anything bad. I've only heard good things about Daredevil. Like if I see it,
only good things about Daredevil.
Only good things.
Only good things.
Oh yeah, here we go. Thunderbolts.
That's like a 5 for me, like, because I don't know.
It's a 4 for me.
It seems like they don't seem to know what they're doing with it, even though it's pretty cut and dry.
Let's be honest. Like this is what this is trying to cash in on the success of Suicide. And they're trying.
Oh, absolutely.
They're trying to cash in on Suicide.
Thunderbolts is basically the Suicide Squad of the Marvel universe.
They're trying to simultaneously cash in on Suicide Squad and rekindle the magic of Guardians of the Galaxy. This could potentially be good, but I am not expecting much. Like, I'm gonna keep my expectations tempered. So for now, I'm just kind of like a 5, right square in the middle. We'll see. Fantastic Four: First Steps.
That is his 10.
Yeah, no, like this.
I am all for it. They're hitting me with some good stuff there.
Like I didn't see
alternate 60s, like the logo for it, like the casting for it. I'm gonna be there.
Yeah, top 10. I got a man crush on Pedro Pascal. I love it when they do something different.
And Vanessa Kirby's kind of nice to look at too.
Oh yeah. And that's coming out next July. Ooh, 1 year from now, baby. If only we can get that damn Comic-Con trailer easily available.
I'm sure I can find it.
Uh, Ironheart for all the stuff I talked about with Wakanda Forever. I'm not excited. That's like a 2 or 3.
My whole thing is like that's supposed to come out like what sometime this year. And we haven't seen shit on it.
That got moved to 2025. So
Yo, okay.
so that's 2025. So and I'm just yeah.
Right.
Avengers Doomsday.
Oh, 10.
Yeah,
I gotta know. I'm gonna go see. I have to know what they're gonna do with that
yeah,
after the announcement.
yeah.
Because here's the thing: the whole RDJ stuff is either a very obvious, desperate attempt that's gonna be extremely empty and getting people back to watch these movies, or it is gonna be the most 5D chess move that it's not gonna be anything in between.
Oh yeah, no.
It's either gonna be really awesome or it's gonna be fucking
Yeah,
stupid.
almost none of the other shows matter. The only two things that really matter for the MCU right now, and I think they know it, are Fantastic Four and Avengers Doomsday.
Yeah.
Like, and I want to see. They're both a 10 for me as well, because either they're both going to be amazing and the MCU will end on another strong note, and we could possibly finally end this fucking series, or it'll crash and burn, and I'm going to laugh the whole way through.
Yeah.
Like either way, I'm going to get something out of it, especially with the real. Yeah, it's promising. It's promising, and I'm excited to watch it. We will see. Uh, there's that Untitled Vision series.
I'll wait
Yeah,
until more of it comes out. I just think they should change the
yeah,
name. White Vision probably doesn't sound too good on paper.
yeah. White Vision, White Vision. Avengers Secret Wars. I'm gonna ease my. I feel the excitement for that is very much gonna hinge on Doomsday, so I'm just gonna say 5 for that.
Yeah. If Doomsday's good, Secret Wars is gonna be awesome.
Yeah. Uh, Blade, man.
You know, I
I'm at a 6.
have been excited for so long. Why? What is so hard in making a Vampire Slayer movie?
Who
Like
knows?
they are struggling so hard, and I guarantee you it's because they don't know how to fit him into the multiverse. They don't know how they're gonna fit him into like they're trying so hard to fit in something so nothing to
No,
do
yeah,
with
here's
any of that.
the
You
thing is
know?
though, we've already established America Chavez and Deadpool now. They don't need a reason anymore. They could just have a character exist in another universe and then just have America Chavez or Deadpool or Doctor Strange pull people like best versions of people that they can grab a hold of from other movies as their cameos. They don't need an in-universe way to connect to the MCU. They could just do their own thing and then come back at Secret Wars.
Right. But I'm just but why is it so hard for them to make a fucking Vampire Slayer? It's so cut and dry. It's right there. You're leaving money on the table, but they're like struggling so hard to get this damn movie off the like. I'm excited for it, but it
Yeah.
sounds like the guy they casted doesn't even want to be in the movie anymore because they announced like they signed him on 5 or 6 years ago,
Did the What If
and nothing's
series
happened yet.
The What If series did cover Marvel Zombies in the first season, Butch, and I'll skip ahead to that one. What is your rating out of 10 for Blade, real quick, Kitty Man?
I'm gonna still say an 8 because I'm gonna watch it no matter what.
I'm at a 6 just because it's been a while, but yeah, no, I'm excited. It's just, but to jump ahead a little bit, Marvel Zombies is getting its own animated series. There was a What If episode about it, but it's getting its own animated
Yeah,
series.
yeah.
And I think that could come out after Secret Wars because that's just kind of a whatever thing, man. Have fun with it. Go nuts. Give me Zombie Galactus because that was a fucking thing.
That was a thing.
But because
They also ate Galactus.
Yeah, they
everyone,
did.
so they could jump to different universes.
dude, yeah, just go
Marvel
nuts.
Zombies is crazy.
Like I have high hopes for that. Like I'm excited for just how batshit insane that could be. That's a 7. Go back. What If season 3? 10. I love the first two. More of that, I'm there.
Yeah.
And apparently, I think part of it is just going to be like some buddy cop stuff with Bucky, and I don't even know who that is. The Hank Pym and Bucky Barnes? I don't fucking know.
I think it's supposed to get crazy with it.
Let's see, apparently there's either a movie or a show based off Wonder Man.
Oh,
Yeah, that's where I'm at. Let's call it a. My excitement is null. I don't even know who that is. Let's say it's a 1. You're there too.
is he the superhero for Wonder Bread?
I'm gonna look up Wonder Man. Wonder Man. Wonder Man is a character appearing in Marvel Comics. What can he do? He was initially a supervillain imbued with ionic energy. Oh, it's Bucky and Red Guardian. Okay. Oh, that could be fun.
Oh,
Okay.
he's gonna be played by the Morpheus and the Reese and
Yeah. I again, they're
okay.
trying to rekindle the magic. I don't know. Armor Wars. What?
It won't be as cool. It will not
It's
be as cool as Armor Wars should be. That's
no.
a
It's way
3 for
too late.
me.
It's way too late for Armor Wars. Is it weird to think that?
No, not at all. Armor Wars would have fucked earlier, but no.
Like Armor Wars, I feel like all of the themes. Once I looked up what Armor Wars was, I was like, wait, didn't we already kind of explore these themes with Iron Man 2 and fucking Civil War? Did we not? No.
You, it,
Yeah, it's. I don't know. I want it to be good. Like I said, I want all these to be good. My excitement is pretty low. It's like a 3. It's just I'm not expecting much at all, but we'll see. Marvel Zombies are set 10. Apparently, there's like an untitled Nova something. Don't know if it's a show.
Nova something. Oh, we don't know if it's a show or a movie.
Yeah, there's something about Nova. Maybe he's appearing somewhere. I'm kind of also kind of. Isn't it a bit too late for that? Didn't we do everything Nova related between Guardians and Captain Marvel?
See, like that's like the whole thing with like this, like with them changing around people's powers and shit. It's just
Yeah.
like, and then giving these stories to characters that don't need that story.
Yeah. It's we have reached a point where there's like 2 or 3 things that we're excited to see, but the vast majority of upcoming projects are like they need to nip this in the bud. I want to go back to our before I go back to the picker wheel, and go back to our tier list real quick, just for one last look. Bam, and yeah, like because when all things considered, Marvel is generally good. Like there's a few stinkers, a few things we didn't see. There's some generally just kind of meh, whatever movies. Generally good, but over time, there's more C's, D's, and even if something ends up being
CD's nuts.
okay, or a B, we're definitely not excited for it. And I think Marvel and Disney, they need to see the writing on the wall here. They need to see that this series needs to end. Like the MCU needs to end outside of maybe a few one-offs they could do that are wholly separate. Like the last thing on my list for I think is the season 2 of X-Men 97. Fucking 10.
Yeah.
And
You don't watch anything X-Men 97 related.
Yeah, you don't even have to connect that to the MCU. And they need to realize that like they have the MCU, they have some shows, they have a few little things they could do wholly separate from that. Don't even have to connect. X-Men 97, great example. What they need to do right now, finish everything with Secret Wars, do a little bit of a victory lap with just maybe a show or two, like X-Men 97, like season 2, where they just say, just a few little sprinkle of things to get out of our system, move on to the next big. Because Marvel's been going strong for too long, and they are we're starting to feel the age. Like, and no matter how good Avengers Doomsday or Fantastic Four is, I don't see him changing my mind on it. That this is a series that probably should have ended with Endgame, but definitely needs to end by Secret War, in my opinion.
They just need to either figure out whether or not they can do this with new people or not go backwards.
Yeah.
Because that's the big thing with like them casting Robert Downey Jr. again is like it feels like a desperate attempt of them trying to get people back. And they just need to make it work with what they have going on, just make a whole new slate of people and go with that. But don't go backwards. Don't go back to what worked because like that defeats the purpose of a lot of things.
Yeah.
You're not going to get people back. You'll get people back temporarily, and then they're never coming back because you burned them really hard.
Yeah. But with that, like we're excited for things, but like Marvel is beloved. We love Marvel here. We might do another tier list. This was a long one here. This is 4 hours, so let's end it with you know what we're gonna talk about next time. The next time you said you're busy the next 2 Sundays, so it's gonna be a bit of a break. And I know I didn't upload the last episode to YouTube. That's gonna come out at some point this week. All the editing is done. I just have to add a fucking thumbnail. It's just when I remember thumbnail, and then do all the cutting and stuff for this one, which is really fun considering all the drops. But we are here with the wheel. While we stew on what we talked about today, we're gonna have a hopefully more condensed episode, maybe with a guest next time. But most of the themes are the same as before. 80s horror. Oh, I need to remove dealer's choice because we don't have a guest this time. I'm gonna replace that. There's some intriguing ones I saw in our topics for the wheel thing, which I'll definitely always add to that. Yes, of course. Dinosaurs. I'm just gonna leave that fake.
Okay.
Because you can go so many ways with that. It's not just Jurassic Park or like B-movie bullshit with Carnosaur or fucking We're Back. But
Velocipaster.
Fuck. But yeah, just like I said,
I like that movie.
Keep it vague. But yeah, guilty pleasures, 80s horror, which I want that to win. Not dinosaurs. Despite all his rage, he's still just Nicolas Cage. What the fuck did I just watch? And drawn Disney video game movies. And Roger Corman, the king of cult films. Yeah, even Disney's dinosaur. But yeah, without further ado, everyone put what you want to wait for while I spin the wheel. I can English. Oh, did I mute it? Yeah, I did. There's no music. Oh well. Oh! It's right on the line. From one extreme to the other. Roger Corman.
Okay. The MCU is fun, guys. Now let's talk about Roger Corman. Do you like schlock?
Do you? Oh, it almost landed on guilty pleasures. It almost did. Yeah. Next time we come back, and I'll have a date later. As we have to figure out when we're doing that. It probably won't be for another 2 or 3 weeks, but when we come back, Roger Corman, King of Cult. Considering it'll be a while, we'll probably also have a lot of trailers to talk about. So we'll see.
Oh yes,
it's gonna be schlocky. Yeah, more info on that. Keep track of the announcements, and thank y'all for watching.